Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Are we live? Is everything working? Hello? Hello? Hello, Randod. New lecture. Not quite, not quite. This one's going to be quite different from my usual streams because it's basically just going to be reading, ratting, little bit of unscripted content, or shall I say improvised content. I have a lot of super chats to get through from last stream as well, but yeah. Wow, Guerilla. Yes. I was wondering when the pin window sound effect came from. Yeah, no, oh, wait, hold on. I just realized I'm still routing audio through my desktop instead of my... Hold on, let me see if I can fix that for a sec. Okay, that should be better. Happy New Year, guys. Yeah, Happy New Year. I wanted to be able to say that to you guys. I want to say that to you guys over stream. Call me old-fashioned, but I didn't quite feel like typing up a post would be satisfactory. It might get a little sappy, but I'll save that towards the tail end of this stream. Oh, Mercurius Orcus, thank you for the gifted membership. I saw the message that I saw the comment that you left on the bottom of one of my community posts after the last stream. Please, to everyone who's in chat, please prioritize yourselves when it comes to, giving your hard-earned cash or spending your hard-earned cash. I very much appreciate all of your generosity. It has been an immense boon to me over the course of this year. However, at the same time, I value the time and attention that you put into these streams, even without any sort of monetary donation. So, if you don't have the funds to spare, do not feel like I urge you not to feel like you need to give me some sort of benefit in that regard. Merry 2025. Yeah. Man, this year, I hope this year is not going to be as chaotic as the last one. 2024 is definitely, I feel like it will go down in memory as one of the bloodiest years for VTuber corpos since 2020, I'd say. That's why I'm going to the dentist in 1 hour. I see. Happy New Year, Speedon. Happy New Year. Wish you said that to my friend just years ago. He lost everything. Oh no. I hope your friend is able to bounce back from that. That sounds awful. Don't monkey poet. Man, if only I had that power. Happy New Year, Alan. Happy New Year. Can't really tune in till 8. I mean, it already started out with a bang in the States. Yeah, nah, I made the mistake of going to the For You page on Twitter. Whatever's going down in your country is, I mean, a lot of other people have made the same comments, but if your country was a screenplay, it would be the most on-the-nose messaging I have ever seen. But yeah. Buenos dias, Armchair and chat, and Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's to you too, Hassan. Good morning, Chair of the Arms. Good morning, Goldenheim. First time I'm catching a live stream. Oh, well, this is going to be quite different. Quite an interesting experience for you, Shu, because this is going to be quite different from my usual content. It's usually a lot more prep than this. Speaking of, most of the slides that I have prepped for the Nexus stream that is in 1 day and a bit, just over 1.5 days. Pretty much all of the slides are ready. It's just a few final things that I need to put in there. But I was finishing a segment of it off, and then I thought, I might as well just do the Guerilla stream now. Just talk to you guys for a little bit. Wish you a happy new year. the Cybertruck quote unquote explosion. It honestly, it was so strange watching the footage from that because it looked like someone had put in fireworks in addition to actual explosives in there. So, I mean, there's no way that that's not supposed to send some sort of a message. What I'm anticipating though, what I'm interested in is how the media is going to try to spin it, because I don't know about you, but I feel like we're going to be in for some hardcore agenda setting over the next few weeks. So what's today's topic? Basically just miscellaneous stuff that's cropped up over the last few days. Stuff that I was going to talk about before the end of last year, but then I got caught up with the Hololive presentation and the prep for that. You missed us, chat? Shh. Oh yeah. Hold on, do they really have to add fireworks to the explosion? I think, I don't know. But evidently that appears to be the case from the video footage that's emerged. So no sleep tonight. I'll be sleeping a little later. This isn't going to be like a 5 to 8 hour stream like last one. So this is just going to be probably maybe just over an hour or so. Hopefully. Just finished my dinner. Cybertruck what? Someone drove a Cybertruck in front of a Trump Tower in, I believe it was... if I remember correctly, was it Las Vegas? And then they blew it up in front of the hotel, so... Fun. Yeah, that's always the fun part, yeah. Well, to be fair, it gets the wheels turning in my head, so... More fireworks means more boom. Yeah, that's true. 3 hour. Well, we'll aim for less than that. Hello, Whimsy. Happy New Year. Yeah, I am. So are you guys, for that matter, because I know that some of you are watching from Australia. Not a lot of you, but some. A big enough number to be worth noting. Happy New Year, nonetheless. Happy New Year. Big PR stunt, blah, blah, blah. Hey, VTubers, have fun. Yeah. So, the plan for tonight is quite simple. Just going to go through the 3 or so topics that I was going to talk about the last time I said that we were going to do Guerilla, but never got around to it. And then after that, just some super chat reading. But yeah. While we're just waiting for everyone to come in, I might as well just get out of the way. So over this Sydney weather, yeah, no, we've had some very interesting weather patterns over the last few days. It's been rotating steadily from rainy to sunny, swelteringly sunny, to thunderstorming in a constant cycle over here. You got me from Hawaii. Damn, I have such exotic people in my chat. Oh, I thought the Trump attack was related to the... No, they're different things. One topic per hour. Let's hope not. Let's hope I can get through them faster than that, but... Not to get too sappy, but I just want to say to you guys, for all who weren't here earlier on, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. I have quite a few hopes and dreams for the next year coming up. And I wanted to say to all of you guys, those who've watched me for a while, if you've seen I think this third stream I ever did, fourth stream I ever did, where I was talking about getting burned by one of my, essentially getting burned by my university, and complaining about how awful of a system and an institution it is. I said in that stream that being able to do this and have you guys just show up and watch me yap about stuff has allowed me to recover from having one of my dreams killed. Because I used to think about graduating, then going from that to, doing some sort of media-related job as part of a big company or whatever. Some corporation that I would learn to hate less as long as I was being paid more, something like that. But I said it then and I'm going to say it again now. You guys have allowed me to chase new dreams. And it's something that, looking back over the past few months, I am extraordinarily grateful for. It rang true then, it still rings true now. And I mean, this has turned out better than I could have ever dared to imagine at the beginning of the year. I literally could not have conceived of what is going on right now with you guys. So I want to thank you again for all just, being here. Regardless of whether you're actually in the chat right now or you're watching the VOD or whatever. But yeah. Happy to be a part of that. It's always really nice to be able to give you guys stuff that feels like it benefits you. And hopefully over the next year, the goal is, so over the next year, my plan is to, it's pretty much going to be more of the same thing. I'm going to be jumping between doing VTubing related stuff, VTubing specific stuff, and also just media analysis in general. But I want to throw in more varied streams. I want to do more member streams for you guys as well, just so the footstools aren't only limited to having access to the roster of chair emotes and nothing else. But Jareen, welcome to the stream. I almost never see you live, but I should catch a Guerilla stream. Oh, hello, all the best. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, and all the best to you too, Ruka. Pure boldness. This is probably my favorite channel that I stumbled upon in 2024. Couldn't think of any others that could provide such huge quantity of hours in both education and entertainment. Thank you, boldness. Thank you for your boldness. That's very kind of you to say. It's what I aim to do. I aim to please. But yeah, so the goal is just more of that content. I want to make more paid, more members-only content for you guys as well. Those are going to be perhaps not as media related. It's going to start off as random rambles, and then we'll see if we can work out something else from there. But I think it was Chris Broer, who usually shows up in chat, who left a comment on the last community post where he raised a pretty valid point, actually, where he was talking about how it would be nice if I could have more streams where I dissect not just negative examples of things that are going on in VTubing, but also examples of companies getting off the ground and doing things correctly, and dissecting how that works. Now, usually those stream ideas don't draw me in as much, because dissecting how something goes well is, well, actually, it's pretty much the same in terms of difficulty. The problem is, well, then this isn't something major. This isn't something that's by any means going to stop me from doing it. But it's just something funny that occurred to me when I was considering this. When you praise a company for having a really good PR strategy, for example, or when you praise a company for being unusually stable for an entity in this space, you set yourself up to look like quite a bit of an ass if soon afterwards that company or whatever, figure you praised decides to go and do something immensely stupid, or if something ends up, coming out from the shadows that they've been trying to keep under wraps. So I do think that that's a good idea. I am currently eyeing up. So the plan for the next month is going to be, well, right now, I'm looking at a whole bunch of the the corpos that closed their doors and died over the course of 2024, and essentially extracting from them a new set of red flags to hopefully push out into the stream so that more people in this space have a free resource that they can use to sort of get a good feel for what to avoid when looking for a corpo or anything along those lines. But I'm also looking up for... I'm keeping my eye on a few different small corpos, medium-sized corpos, to observe how they're going so that their media strategies, which seem to have worked quite well for them up until this point in their development, can be dissected as well. So I'm not just on the lookout for negative case studies, I'm also on the lookout for positive ones as well. Right now, VLure looks to be, funnily enough, VLure does seem to be shaping up to be one of the more positive examples that I could potentially look at in the near future. So, jinxing something does feel very embarrassing. Oh yes, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Oh, Chris, welcome to the stream. What is happening? We're doing my first Guerilla stream. I'm completing the transformation to becoming a proper streamer now. It's a little strange to think that to some extent the opportunities you've been afforded are somewhat thanks to Niji. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It sounds weird, but I have no doubt about that. Niji's collapse has made it so that I've had both an impetus and a niche in this space that wouldn't have existed or I wouldn't have noticed before. And that can be quite... I mean, now that you say it like that, it is interesting to think about, but yeah. VTuber corpos need to be as sound as a corpo by itself. Yeah, exactly. It's 8 a.m. Oh damn! I forget how wide across all the different time zones you guys are spread sometimes. But yeah, VLure and V4 Mirai look like interesting case studies. Yeah. Although, if I am going to be talking about small to medium-sized corpos, I do hesitate to regard any of the corpos that are currently owned by Brave Group as quote-unquote small, because at least, how do I say this? Because of the backing that they receive from Brave, part of my brain will automatically catalog them as medium-sized by default. Because of the fact that they have access to resources that other small corpos that are completely separate from everything else don't really have. Oh shit! Chris, bro, thank you for the 50 pounds. Gotta feed the gorilla then. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, buddy. I'm very grateful for that. Thank you for your generosity. Feed the gorilla indeed. I forget who it was, but someone said that when I put this picture of the gorilla on my my community tab, someone said that it made them want to buy a gorilla chair. It would be really, really funny if at some point down the line I had someone like a chair company actually reach out to me with the desire to sponsor me so that I could shill a real chair. Obviously, ideally, it would be like an actual chair company that makes like quality chairs. But honestly, I would settle for something that just looks or sounds funny. Let me switch over to the main screen so you guys can actually have the avatar there. Hello. Yeah, I just hope Brave Group doesn't go Disney. It's unclear exactly what impact it has. Oh yeah, no, one of the things that I'm going to be talking about in the Nexus stream, so this is a little bit of foreshadowing for you guys who have tuned in live here, is unintended side effect of Brave Group's presence in the VTubing industry over the course of 2024, especially when they've started making multiple acquisitions, is that Brave Group by itself has sort of created this weird phenomenon, almost like a corpo secondary market, where you don't actually, or what I anticipate is over 2025, you will get more people entering the space with the intention of creating quote-unquote VTuber corpos that aren't actually designed to succeed long-term, but just look like they can in the short term, in the hopes that Brave Group or some other investor or investment firm that is similarly well-resourced would be interested in buying it so that they can make a quote-unquote exit from the industry. And what I anticipate is that there may be more of those cropping up. More, how do I say? More ticking time bombs under the guise of a VTuber Corpo that are the brainchild of some Silicon Valley type looking to make a quick buck off of people in this industry. But yeah. Cash grab, yeah, exactly. Well, I gotta go. We'll catch the VOD later. Hopefully this doesn't go to 10 hours. Don't worry, Jareen, I don't think it will. Like AVO and Idol? Yes, like Mr. Basin, who somehow managed to spin the, Look, I have no idea how Idol was run on the inside. I don't have insider knowledge on any of the corpos because, well, my content is in the opposite direction of that. However, just looking in as an observer from the outside, I have absolutely zero doubt that as far as upper management is concerned at Idol Corp prior to their acquisition by Brave, it was run awfully. I have absolutely no doubt that the books were about as balanced as a garbage truck on stilts for much of Idol's operation, especially towards the end. And the fact that AVL was able to sell it off to Brave Group, well, I mean, look, I have a few talents at Idol that are still there, that I actually watch and care about. But I'm not going to lie, Idol itself as a business, Brave Group swooping in to buy it was kind of a miracle. Because the fact that Mr. Basin was able to spin it as some sort of exit on, I believe, his LinkedIn. I think I saw a post of that floating around on Twitter because I think it was Murray Schneider who commented under it. But yeah, the fact that he was spinning it as some sort of like, you know, the thing, you know, in Silicon speak as, oh, I completed my first exit from the industry, when in actuality he just ran a corpo like shit. That stuff pisses me off. There are so many things that Idol did in terms of its marketing as well and its PR that hit just right to be a pet peeve for me. So at some point, pre-Brave Group Idol is definitely going to show up in one of the streams. One of the goals that I have in the back of my mind, so part of the checklist of the stream agenda for this month, is going to be helping you guys cut through the bullshit that accompanies a lot of the way that companies and business people try to market a flaw as a benefit. One of them is definitely going to be the whole transparency thing, which I find to be, well, I mean, this is probably something I'll get into at some point later on, but the transparency thing is completely redundant when it comes to things like your pay cut. Your pay cut especially. Like, I get why if you are a new corpo, you want to put, if you have a good pay cut, as part of your initial marketing when you're recruiting talents. But a small pay cut, or a relatively small pay cut, is kind of, in terms of marketing, it's kind of like wearing a flashy watch. Where if you go on a date with somebody, right, you might try to find some excuse to, oh, I don't know, roll up your sleeves a little bit so that you can, you know, conspicuously check the time in front of your date so that they can see that you're dripped out. But in actuality, it doesn't say anything about, you know, who you are or what substance you have as a person or anything along those lines. So it's a good eye catcher, but it's not going to tell you much about the company. And especially if you are a member of the audience, it basically tells you jack about how the company's actually running things on the inside as well. But yeah. You mentioned this, yeah, being transparent doesn't matter so long as you can conceal things that do matter. Yeah, exactly, Speed On. It's like that thing that I talked about before, where transparency on its own is not nearly the silver bullet for accountability that a lot of people tend to think it is. Because you can be transparent about something, but you can also pick and choose what exactly you choose to reveal. And even if you have to reveal something important, you can still make it as convoluted as possible so that even if people can see it, they don't really know what they're seeing. So there are a few things that I would like to that I want to use my my streaming platform to promote in the VTubing industry of the next year. One of them is going to be dropping this or becoming less easy to becoming less vulnerable to being duped by transparency as a marketing tool. That's one of them. The second thing that I would like to bring back in this space is a little bit more prejudice. And when I say prejudice, I mean things like being on the lookout for small signs when a new corpo crops up that it might not be good news. I think we could do with a lot more prejudice directed at new corpos or business people trying to enter this space, whether they be investors, whether they be prospective CEOs, whether they be spoiled children who just want a new VTuber friend group. I think we could do with a bit more prejudice in this space in that regards. Yeah, TNCs are unquestionably transparent, but I don't think they're useful for anyone. Exactly. I think I talked about this a little bit in the stream that I did on Twitch's terms and community guidelines, where they had transparency, but they had no comprehensibility. And if you want your audience to actually know what's going on, you need both of those things at the same time. So, yeah, if you're being earnest and being transparent, then it's most beneficial for everyone involved is real strategy. Yeah. Yeah, we could be a tad bit more wary. Exactly. Terminate with extreme prejudice. I barely even give small corporates a chance until they survive a year these days. Honestly, if you are just a member of the audience, that's probably the safest thing to do. Oh, Charlie Spur, welcome to the stream. Head Horse Simp is here. I'm glad to see you here amongst us. It's so funny how I just recognize I've realized over the past few months that I've started to develop streamer vision, where I'll be watching a stream that's being like hosted by somebody else, right? I'll be watching a clip, for example, and when I see chat scrolling on the background, I start fixating and recognizing some of the names that are going through the chat instead of just looking at the messages and the streamer. So my brain is definitely changing as a result of what I've been doing over the past year, which is kind of funny. So, but yeah, you reminded me of that, Charlie, because of how often I see you crop up in Rima's chats when she's streaming. But yeah, Chairman is slowly becoming a streamer. Yeah, I'm my brain chemistry is changing. Aviel always rubbed me the wrong way, and I'm glad Idol didn't die with his shenanigans. I mean, Aviel always had the wrong combination of being loud and silent, because he was extraordinarily loud when everything seemed fine, and when things were going to shit, he was basically nowhere to be seen. And that's not a good combination for a leader, you know? If you're the CEO of a company, you need to be able to take point, if you have a crisis going on in the public eye, you need to be able to take point and actually say shit to the public to say, look, we get that it's looking bad, but we're working on a fix. Don't worry, everything's going to be okay. Problem is, when it comes to the way that Idol was run prior to Brave, that's not what happened, especially towards the end. So the mind is, yeah. The chair remembers. That's something fascinating about humans. Yeah. You're the figure. Yeah, exactly. You're the figurehead for a reason. There's no point in having. Well, okay. I get that the CEO is supposed to do a lot of things behind the scenes. That's something I understand, right? You have to make decisions as to what your company does, what direction it's headed in, etc., etc., etc. But at the same time, if your company is going through, I don't know, a crisis where all of a sudden an entire wave of artists that have worked with you over the past few weeks or months all announce that they haven't been paid, I feel like that's you probably want to get off your ass and get in front of I still remember when that happened. You don't want to be leaving one of your top talents to be taking the heat for you, PR wise. That's just not how you do things. Yeah, that's what. Oh, actually, yeah. No, Irfan, that's actually a really neat transition to the first thing that I was going to go through. Will you start a spreadsheet now? No. I'm not quite Menhera enough for that. I'll leave that to the experts. Right. So yeah, yesterday from where I am. Sorry, give me a second. Armchair's way of pronouncing ass is fantastic. Yeah, I feel like if you say ass, it just doesn't sound as, it just doesn't sound as full or satisfying. Hassan Aviel knew he was supposed to be a Yagu-like figure, but his incompetence couldn't allow him to be a fraction of that guy. Yeah, because, well, I mean, it's really easy to fake being a Yagu. All you have to do is talk a little bit when times are good, announce that you're looking after your talents in some way. Now, the real test, though, is how much you shoulder when things go south. And look, I get that when you're a CEO, your priorities are probably a little different when your company's dying. But at the same time, how do I say this? If you're going to fail at doing something and you try to spin it using business lingo as if you accomplished something great, literally every normal person who isn't some sort of C-suite poisoned, some sort of C-suite poisoned NPC will look at that and lose a considerable amount of respect for you. An idea that I've been toying with over the past week or so is what would be the viability or what would be the value of getting a CEO blacklist going in this industry where various heads of different organizations, by virtue of their poor business conduct or exploitative practices, are essentially put onto a public list for everyone in this industry to have access to. I'm still not done tossing that idea up in my head, but I think that some sort of public record of all of these failings is worth it, because I guarantee that at some point, one of the CEOs that have tried to start something in this space and failed spectacularly is going to try to come back for round 2, especially if they don't have to pay for the failure themselves. So all of them. I do think there's going to be if there was a CEO blacklist, I think it would be larger than people imagine. But because it's a pretty open secret that there are such things as talent blacklists floating around in the Corpo space. But I do think that failed CEO blacklists should be a thing as well. Or maybe I'll hold off on judgment. I'll hold off judgment on that, because it's still an idea that I think it needs work. But yeah, a list would solve a lot of problems in a lot of industries. Yeah. Despite the neat idea, sounds like a defamation lawsuit waiting to happen. Exactly, Whimsy. That's why I'm hesitant about whether it's actually a good idea. Like, I know that informally, if it's just something that you talk about casually with people, it can be quite useful. However, actually having a list floating around, like a solid document, I think that's probably just asking for trouble. So I'm sort of weighing up the costs and benefits of doing something similar to that. Because in a weird kind of way, you could make the argument that my channel is already kind of a catalog of that kind of stuff, and so are many other channels for that matter. But yeah, no, it's probably something that I'm going to be trying to mull over a little bit over the next few days. Incompetence in regards to managing a company, sure. Yeah, CEO blacklist should be a thing in general. The thing that irritates me the most when I look at other, well, just the business sector in general, is the sheer amount of incompetence that you get away with when you are a C-suite exec, and how the amount of stuff that you can get away with seems to go higher the higher your position is, which has always made it... I've always been kind of perplexed as to why that is, seeing as how if you are colossally incompetent and you are high up in the business hierarchy or in the company hierarchy, you cause way more of a loss the higher up you get compared to if you were just, I don't know, a base level employee or something like that. But yeah. Charlie, thank you for the 2. Gotta earn that golden parachute, baby. Thank you. In this day and age, a CEO blacklist will get you put on the list by the FBI. That's true. But then again, I'm not Italian, so they might be slightly safer from me in particular. I still, the whole thing to do with I forget the name of the company. Was it CBH? UHC? Yeah, no, UHC. Yeah. The whole thing to do with the UHC assassination, it's still so perplexing to me, because there are still so many details in that particular case that just don't make sense to me. I guess we'll see how the trial develops, but I feel like already that whole event is starting to get memory hold with the sheer amount of stuff that's been coming out of the US news cycle since. Charlie, thank you for the 5. It's because you get that by being good at bullshitting. True. Oh man, I've got a little list. There's an Opera Australian version that you need to check out. Sounds interesting. I've got a little list by Mikado. Ah, I see. I might look that up after the stream. FBI really be like, you can't make a list, that's our job. Yeah, I do feel like having a monopoly over being able to make lists of people you don't like is a little bit it's a little unfair that luxury only goes to government officials and nobody else. Oh yeah, no BGM at the moment. Hold on. Let me check. Oh, it's muted. Okay, hold on. My bad. That should work. That should be working now. Hold on. Is that a good level? Oh yeah, golden parachutes are also a thing. Man, if only... I do think there should be some sort of stipulation that that a CEO's golden parachute cannot exceed the amount of profit that has been generated during their tenure. But I don't know how that would be enforced in terms of legality, so... Scuff stream, let's go. Yeah. Oh, there's a meme I made of Rima that I think you'll like. Armchair. Is it in the Discord? I can go check it. I can go check it out after the stream. But yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. yeah, true. It's a song in the operetta, the Mikado, and most companies have a habit of updating. All right, so yeah, there's been quite a bit of yapping. All right, so yeah, I want to go through this because yesterday, or at least yesterday for me, Cover Corp ended up putting out this note from Yagu where he was basically going to address the sort of it was a combination of a Happy New Year from Cover, but also addressing some things to do with the direction that they've been taking as of late, which I think is it's pretty fascinating. Oh no, when I say Discord, I meant Rima's Discord. I was going to pop in there and check. I don't have a Discord because I'll be frank with you guys, I don't really see much utility to having one for myself. Dusty, thank you for the 5. So who do you think companies more like Mythic who only do stuff? What do you think of companies more like Mythic that only do stuff in the back end? Ooh. I'll be honest. Good question. Honestly, I think that companies like that have an easier time operating than companies like, let's say, Hololive or NIJI or FaZe. Because in terms of from a business perspective, they don't have as many obligations. However, that being said, companies like Mythic, I do think that while they have a place in this industry, I wouldn't like to see them become the dominant. I wouldn't like to see them occupying the most market share compared to traditional corporate structures. Main reason being that companies like Mythic tend to only be good for individual talents once the talents have already reached a certain level of success. They're not exactly great at taking an unpolished gem, for example, and then bringing them up to stardom. That's where companies like FaZe, Holo, and NIJI, or NIJI formerly, that's what they were really good at. That's what they were really good for. Because there are quite a few streamers that are currently part of Hololive or FaZe or formerly NIJI that people probably would have never seen or heard of. But because of the fact that they received enough support from their agency and enough exposure from their agency, they've now become, well, basically superstars. So, in other words, to answer your question, I think companies like Mythic are good, but I just don't want them to become the majority. And to a certain extent, I view VShojo similar to the way that I view Mythic as well, where it's more sort of a place that you go to after reaching a certain level of success, as opposed to somewhere you go to find, or yeah, to find success, I suppose. That's not to say that you can't find success at VShojo or new successes at VShojo. But just that I think that VShojo has established itself as being more the, how do I say? They seem to be a company that specializes in amplifying existing stars, I suppose. But yeah, like Gobo, yeah. It's the reason why the retirement home memes exist. Billy Aoki, thank you for the 2 feet. Very kind of you to turn up to a a Guerilla and provide that as well. Thank you for keeping the continuity going. I respect and salute that, Billy. Funless, thank you for the 5. By the way, Chairman, C-suites don't have to be C-suite names. Elon is techno king of Tesla, not its CEO. That's true, actually. Yeah, that's true. VShojo can't beat the VTuber retirement allegations. I mean, they don't have to. Because the thing is, as much as it's a meme, as much as it's also sometimes used as a criticism, I don't think it's actually inherently a bad thing. I do feel like, and this is something I talked about in the VShojo stream where I was discussing the whole nepotism accusations and the way that Zentrea especially reacted to them. I think that that's a point of sensitivity that doesn't really need to exist. Because, well, VShojo is accomplishing good things with what it's been doing. If it ain't broke, why fix it? Because so far, VShojo has a track record of taking on people who always had the potential to be massive sensations, but for some reason or other, over the course of their life, they've just been put through the worst kind of circumstances that beat that light out of them. And then going to VShojo reignites that, which is, it's a good thing. And how do I say this? I do think VShojo has established a track record for itself of selecting for talents that will give it a boost to its overall image, more than their overall image gives a boost to them, if that makes sense. But again, I don't think that's inherently a bad thing, because it's been working out for them thus far. So, yeah, retirement home is honestly a compliment. Yeah. Inherently, it's supposed to be like a friend group, yeah. I mean, that's their branding, right? Just be honest with nepotism. Exactly. Like I said in that stream, nepotism and cronyism are two different things. And while there are some people who are accusing VShojo of cronyism, I don't think those people are worth taking seriously, because what VShojo has been doing has been working. So yes, it's nepotism, but I mean, nepotism isn't inherently bad. There are only two circumstances in which nepotism is bad. One, where the nepotism is actually just cronyism, which means selecting friends even if they don't have skills, which I think at this point, I think we can all settle the debate that everyone VShojo has hired seems to have had the skills necessary to succeed there. And the only other time where nepotism is actually bad is if it's deception, if you're advertising it as something else. And that's where I can kind of see, the accusations being there. But like I said in the VShojo stream as well, trying to refute the accusations is kind of pointless when you're a talent, because talents don't get to pick the other talents coming in. So even if you try to make some sort of assertion, you don't actually have the power to back that up. So why make that assertion in the first place? Nakura's, thank you for the 2. Matara has certainly blossomed at VShojo. Amen. Amen. Just think of all of the, like I said at the beginning of that stream as well, think about all of the talents that we would no longer have if VShojo didn't exist, right? If VShojo didn't exist, we wouldn't have gotten Kuro, wouldn't have gotten Mata, wouldn't have gotten Michi, and probably wouldn't have gotten Mint either. And even though she's not part of VShojo, I mean, that's I'd say there's practically no one who's going to argue that would have been a massive loss for pretty much, well, not everyone, but like, everyone in this space. Yeah, we wouldn't have Henya either, exactly. So Randot, yeah, now that you mention it, if you hire someone who's fresh and doesn't have any experience, it's going to be cronyism. Exactly. The whole point is, like, when people were saying that VShojo tends to only hire people once they've achieved a degree of success for themselves, I don't know why that's interpreted as a bad thing. Because, I mean, if you're going to hire people you already know, surely you'd rather hire people you know who have proven themselves to actually be good at what they do. And that's why I don't really understand why it was something that needed to be so adamantly defended against. TLDR, as long as you have the skills, you should be fine. Yeah, exactly. If Mata weren't in VShojo, she wouldn't have been able to bug Mint into returning to streaming. Exactly. Mint is more Matara adjacent. That's true. But we wouldn't have Matara without VShojo, I don't think. Or at least not Matara. Maybe. I like to think that maybe we would have gotten some other, version, but definitely not the one we currently have now. So, let me just check if I switch over to this screen. Can you guys read that? Hold on. Let me just make sure it's not cropped weirdly. Okay, yeah, that works out fine. I don't actually have to switch scenes or anything. Excellent. They won't hire me. The answer to why people saying it were upset. Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, you can't really refute that as a talent, right? Because you're not the one hiring them. You're not the one selecting the new hires. So just ignore them. I'm not going to lie. VShojo does have a one guy problem. Maybe because they take Twitter too seriously in their communications. I don't know. If you gave me a day with if you gave me a day to sort of write up a PR brief for VShojo, a massive portion of it would just be dedicated to Twitter is not your main platform. Ergo, don't take Twitter too seriously. Just view it as an engagement tool. You don't have to care about what people are saying on Twitter because that's not your main platform. And people on there will say whatever just because they think it might get some sort of a reaction out of you. If you don't react, they have no incentive to do that. So why not just cut it off at the source? And I mean, it's over the past year, it's been pretty obvious that it's a recurring pattern, not just with one talent, but like everyone at VShojo apparently. So I hope going into 2025 that changes. I hope, if nothing else, I hope people have more of an awareness as to what their main platforms are and who their audiences are, instead of just regarding their community as this sort of nebulous thing, or audiences as this nebulous, nebulous single body of people, because that's not how it works. It's okay to exclude certain audiences. It's okay to have prejudice against certain audiences as well. You don't have to accommodate everybody, which I know is kind of the opposite of the ethos that VShojo's been operating off of for the past few years. But at a certain point, if you insist on keeping the gates to your community lowered, you're also going to end up taking in people who aren't really interested in becoming a part of your community. Not take it so seriously people don't take you seriously on Twitter anymore. True. Just checking, is my microphone peaking? Because just then I was keeping an eye on some of the audio levels on my OBS and it started going into the red. The keys that the weirdness needs to be justified. True. IMO, the perfect way to use Twitter is to just give announcements, maybe small promotional things. Oh yeah, no, absolutely, Whimsy. You and I are completely on the same page when it comes to that. Like I always say, just use Twitter as an engagement tool and nothing else. Because that's what it's designed for. And if you try to use it for something other than that, you're using it as you're using a tool for something it wasn't designed for. And when you use tools for things that they aren't designed for, well, you either break the tool, which isn't going to happen because Twitter can't, you can't break Twitter as a single user, or you end up hurting yourself, which is what we have seen happen before, especially when it comes to VShojo. So, the first mistake when you're using Twitter is to open it with the expectation that you should take what people say on there seriously. Like, sure, if you see some names of accounts on Twitter that you also see as regulars in your chat, sure, take that, seriously. But everyone else, why would you? It's not a platform that's designed for you to hang out with your audience. It's a platform that is explicitly designed to show you off to people who don't know you. And if they don't know you, what makes you think that they're going to take what you say seriously? Or they're going to care about your well-being or how you feel? The answer is they're not. So why listen to them? I really wish I could get that into more creators' heads. Because I get that people are conditioned by force to think that Twitter is important, because apparently that's the only way you can get through to Twitch and YouTube in moderation. But aside from that, once you reach a certain number of followers, the point where Twitch and YouTube will by default notice anything you say when you tag them, what other use does it have besides being an engagement tool? I genuinely don't think there's any. But yeah. I thought Twitter was for writing docs on people. Yeah, speaking of docs, if you publish a document on if you publish a Google Doc on Twitter and you share it with the general public on Twitter, Make sure you don't make the Google Doc using your actual name. Because, well, if you know, you know. Can't you live stream on Twitter now? Yeah, you can. I think it's audio only. I'm not sure. But I tried dual streaming on another account a few weeks back, and my my internet just couldn't handle it. So I am going to see if I can get an upgraded plan. There is also a chance that it's simply just the Australia curse, and no matter which provider or which modem I use, I just can't improve it. Up to a certain point, I just can't improve it any further. But I am going to try. But I'll be honest, I'm by default a pretty pessimistic person, so I don't have great hopes for how that one's going to go. If you ever want to do any sort of career that orients itself around the internet or doing stuff online, never, ever come to Australia. Never move to Australia. If you are currently in Australia and that's something you're doing / want to do, get the fuck out. Because this is not a country that's going to help you do that. The Australia debuff is real. Yeah, no, it's 100% real. Unironically, I think Twitter being the only way to contact Twitch, YouTube, business support, government agency, celebrities gets an overblown sense of importance. Oh yeah, no, sure. Well, the government employees, stuff like that, yeah, kind of. But I do think that it's valid that, you know, for some reason, Twitch and YouTube only seem to really respond there, at least once you get above a certain size. So right now, the way that I'm approaching Twitter is I'm just trying to grow my follower count as much as possible through, you know, just posting regular engagement stuff there. Engagement stuff that also reinforces the brand on a separate platform. If I get maybe like, I don't know, 5 to 10 CCV extra from that, great. If I don't, it's not that much of a loss. But as long as the follower count keeps growing, eventually when I get to the point where YouTube will, you know, their ears will prick up whenever I tag them, that's where I want to get to. That's the only goal. Billy, thank you for the 2. Australia internet debuff confirmed. Oh yeah. No, I don't know how an entire federal government can fuck up installing, a landline NBN, like, you know, internet cables across the country. But somehow ours did manage to cock it up, so I feel like we got to give the whole VShojo Nova thing another half a year to see how it pans out with their support. And they're currently in the stage where they're bleeding average viewers. I mean, I suppose. I haven't really been keeping up with how the VShojo JP gen is doing because I don't watch, well, I watch like 2 Holo JP talents, and that's all the repertoire I have really for JP content. The only other JP content I consume is Phase Connect clips. But maybe I'll look in on that I'll look in on that over the next few weeks, because that could be interesting to see how they're being supported. Because I believe that they're the first time that VShojo's tried to release a whole gen at once instead of just a talent in 1s and 2s. And for the most part, I think from what I can recall, I don't think they were massive streamers before debuting with VShojo. So that's going to be interesting to see what kind of support VShojo can actually give. Australian minimum payment for a job I'm doing is making me a millionaire in my home country, so I think I can tolerate the internet. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. The case away. That's fair enough. The Australian government can stuff up submarine contracts as well. Yeah, no, yeah. Our government tried to buy nuclear submarines off of France, I believe. Was it France or was it the US? I forget which one it was. But, yeah, that didn't exactly work out very well. They're hovering at around 300 to 600 CCV. Oh, okay. I mean, that's not awful. That's not awful. But they're keeping up with the VShojo tradition of reactception. I see. Nova mainly streams to Twitch. Ah. We don't do gens, really. This is a gen. I do think that... How do I say this? This was something I talked about before, but I do think that one of the things that VShojo does lack at the moment is that feeling of, you know, the creators under that umbrella being part of a group. They seem to lack a little bit of a group identity. Like, at most, the group identities that people would think of when they think of VShojo members might extend to, I don't know, 3 or 4 members at a time, but certainly not VShojo as a unified whole. And as a result of that, I do think that, perhaps to some extent, one of the reasons behind releasing a gen may be to see if that kind of group identity is worth pursuing or building up. That's just pure speculation on my part, and pure speculation solely from a branding perspective. But it does seem like Nova's intended to be a little bit of a test run to see what VShojo can pull off, both in terms of gaining market share in the JP audience and also having group identity become a part of their brand as well. Because right now it's very individual, which is by design, I would say, and it works really well in the West. But in JP audiences, in CN audiences, for example, if that's something they're interested in long term, I'm not sure if it's going to be equally as appealing. Oh no, they were developing the subs with France, but then they went nuclear with America, but then they scrapped the partly done subs. Yeah. Maybe not exactly a group, but at least connected lore. Yeah, maybe. I know that there are some VShojo members that are interested in that, because, I mean, that was the rationale behind why Matara made her art contest, but I don't know if as a company that would be something that appeals to them. Oh wait, no, this is not a VOD. I've been listening for 30 minutes, not knowing this is live. Welcome in, Woodshio. I'm... that did strike me as quite funny, honestly. That's how important reputation is. VShojo does have a bad reputation for aspects to do with Unity. See it in perspective of new VTuber group debuting and they didn't do such a bad job the new gen. Oh yeah, no. Like I said, 300 to 600 CCV is not bad, especially because of the fact that in JP, VShojo doesn't actually have that much of a presence. I think, I'll be honest, I think the talent freedom branding experiment, I think that's run its course. I think we've all figured out that it doesn't work in Japan. So all of their branding power so far comes from Kason and Henya in JP. So essentially, they're trying to make headway with none of their previous, their built-up buffs that they have over here in the West. I think that's what makes I think that'll make what Nova ends up becoming more interesting to observe in the future. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, this seems to be like a completely new thing for VShojo. So, psychic chair answering questions from the VOD comments. Face actually started to gain traction in JP2 due to Loki and you. Yeah, no, I saw. Apparently the traction is also not just, EN phase fans starting to watch them as well, which is excellent for growth. That's exciting. But I am curious to see how FaZe ends up developing its JP members. I hope they don't debut another gen for a while in JP, because I'll be honest, I think a few of their JP members could do with a little bit of additional support and promotion to find their way to native audiences. But I hope, and I think that this thought has already occurred to Sakana. He's already, I assume he's already strategizing around that, so. The Novas went big before joining VShojo. Yeah, that's what feeds into the whole, this is something that VShojo hasn't tried before type thing. I'd honestly say that FaZe and VShojo have similar levels of pull for JP audiences. Yeah? Yeah, no, I'd say that's true. I think the Nazna PL issue hurt the VShojo expansion. Yeah, yeah. No, actually, Falcon. That's a good point. I think you're right about that. Yeah, they need to grow first before making them compete for what's is still a small but growing audience. Yeah, exactly. Melody and Loki, to name a couple. Yeah. Actually, now that people are bringing up the fact that Nova wasn't big before they debuted, I mean, this is probably me. This is probably me just ratting, right? But I think it's not inconceivable that this is also supposed to be a test run to see what VShojo could pull off in the West as well. Because so far, all of their recruitments in the West have been people with pre-established fan bases that are relatively big prior to joining. And part of me does think that Nova could be an experiment to see whether they could pull off building up a gen from scratch instead of recruiting medium to big indies right off the bat. Based on how Nova turns out, I think that could be quite interesting to watch. But yeah. What I would like to see is if you could speak to someone who has a better idea of what the JP side is like, and more what works for PR over there, what doesn't. Actually, that's an excellent idea, Speed On. Hold on, let me write that down. Because I do think that speaking to people outside of EN would be fascinating. Hold on, let me just grab out my... Okay. Outside of EN. JP PR idiosyncrasies. I think that to some extent we do have the ability to see to discern some of those, some of those PR differences, for example, by simply comparing the way that agencies like VShojo do things compared to agencies like Hololive or NIJI. But I think you're right in that it would be quite an interesting conversation if I could grab somebody who's intimately acquainted with the JP side of public relations. So yeah. No, thanks for the suggestion. Armchair Pecker Mama interview when I fucking wish. Oh, the things I could do if I could speak fluid Japanese, I would genuinely be too powerful. That's probably why I'm constricted to only speaking kindergarten Mandarin as well. Hold on, wasn't 102 of Nova just an existing indie? I think they were an existing indie. They just weren't a big one. Like, not nearly as big as, well, let's say, Henya Past Life before she joined, for example. Definitely not as big as, Kayson's Past Life was prior to joining. VShojo is primarily on Twitch, so it's a turn off for me. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. Catch all the JP mamas. One can dream. Okay, so yeah. In this address, so basically, in this one by Yagu, I've been yapping for over an hour now. Yeah, so basically, yesterday Yagu released a statement called Happy New Year 2025, and it's basically just a few paragraphs of him addressing all of the new changes that have come in over the course of 2024 for Hololive. So, he says, quote, Happy New Year. We are running a company with the aim of a future where VTubers are established as a profession. Last year, we were able to feel that VTubers are steadily penetrating the world. That's funny phrasing, but I hope that this wasn't just a translation like quirk. I hope this is actually what he said in the Japanese statement as well, because I find that immensely amusing. Such as appearing on TV programs. Thanks to you, we have been able to have many talented people join us as employees. On the other hand, last year, we caused our fans to worry in various ways. We realized that our work had become inefficient because we had expanded with the organizational structure of a few years ago. Hold on, let me just make sure that I'm actually reading the correct version of this. I don't have the translation turned on by error. Oh, okay, so there are two versions of the translation from the JP statement. Okay, we'll go through the first one here. Let me read that sentence out again. On the other hand, last year we caused our fans to worry in various ways. We realized that our work had become inefficient because we had expanded with the organizational structure of a few years ago. We would like to change the system to one that looks to the future and work to create a system that is easy for our affiliated talents, the creators involved, employees and staff to work in. There are some steps and time required for change, and we may continue to cause you concern, but we will aim to create an environment where you can support us with peace of mind as soon as possible. So we appreciate your support. We are actively recruiting to put our system in place, so if you are interested, please apply from the link below. Appreciate your continued support, and that's a sign off. Let me just see. Okay, I think this is the bit that's supposed to be in English because it doesn't have a phrase like penetrate the world. I think this was just an automatic translation that was included in there. I think that would have been the JP version of the statement. If I don't know, maybe if it didn't detect that my IP was in Australia or something. It was in both EN and JP. Oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I think this version of the statement makes more. Just sounds more coherent. With the new year comes an excellent time for reflection and new resolutions. Cover's goal is to create a future where VTubing becomes a recognized and established profession. Last year, we were able to see our VTubers grow even further. Okay, so yeah, this is definitely supposed to be the English version of it. Grow even further through exciting opportunities in mainstream media, such as appearing on TV programs. Thanks to these experiences, we've attracted so many talented people to join our company over time. Did someone just say, EN concert penetrate the world? Spyduck, EN concert 3, penetrate the world. Oh, that would be a name. That would certainly be one of the names of all time. That's so cursed. That's so cursed. Thanks to these experiences, we've attracted many talented people to join our company over time. On the other hand, we faced challenges last year in various aspects that raised fan concerns. We realized that we've grown too fast for the initial operations and structure we established several years ago, which has caused inefficiencies within the company. Presently, we are working hard to make changes to our organizational structure and create a system that provides a more sustainable environment for our talents, creators, employees, and staff to work together with a shared vision toward the future. Now this is really good, because essentially what they've done is directly address the main concern that people are having, right? That something was changing in Hololive, that they were growing too fast, that for some reason, despite the fact that they'd hired more people than they had before, it was taking equally as long, if not longer, for tasks to get done that required working up through the bureaucracy. So hopefully what they mean when they talk about realizing that they've grown too fast for initial operations and structure is that they've realized that while the number of people is probably okay or good, they've been allocated in areas or in ways that make it inefficient. There are too many people doing the same or similar job, for example, or simply too much fat in the ways of, in the ways of talents trying to communicate something to upper management, for example, the perms process. So what I assume they mean by this is they are either going to just reshuffle the staff that they've hired into different roles that don't overlap as much and don't cause as much gridlock as a result, or maybe fire a few of the more incompetent employees, because I have no doubt that perhaps some of the newer hires have probably not managed to integrate as well because of various anecdotes that we've heard about things going wrong internally. Presently, we are working hard to make changes to our organizational structure and create a system that provides a more sustainable environment for our talents. Now, when they say more sustainable, I assume that just means that, it doesn't put as much stress on the talents. Hopefully, what this means is that the talents are going to have less administrative busy work to do. Maybe they start splitting that up amongst different, members of management, for example, so that the talents can focus more on doing things like practicing for events or streaming, or if they simply just have time to sleep a bit more. So I hope that's what they mean when they talk about more sustainability or in their environment. For our talents, creators, employees, and staff to work together with a shared vision towards the future. I always did like it. Yeah, no, this is reinforcing the same, when I talked about the things that Hololive has built its current, the brand image of its management on over the years, admitting when they fucked up is one of the big pillars of their current brand image. And it is good to see that they are basically still doing the same thing here, where they start off immediately by just saying, yep, look, I'm going to be honest, I fucked up, we've taken on too many people, we've put them in the wrong places, it's not working as it should, we're going to change some things. So EU stream is good. Let's go. What are we reading? Dark Viking. This is Yagu's opening address for the year 2025. Basically, just giving his summary of where he would like to see the company move, further into this year. Now, actually, J Jammy, whilst reassuring yet still skeptical, hopefully they have found the raising flags and actually take his word, especially the new policies. Oh yeah, if you're talking about the investors, absolutely. Because I mean, let's be honest here. Aqua leaving? Yeah, maybe you can chalk that up to just, a talent that's been there for 6 years wanting a change of scenery. Ame leaving? Okay, people are starting to raise their eyebrows. This is a massive, big-name talent, but maybe, maybe same sort of thing, right? She's Gen 1 EN, maybe she just wants to change the scenery. Now, once you got into Sakamata, Chloe, and Fauna, though, that's when all the alarm bells should be ringing. Especially when 3 out of those 4 said the exact same thing, that they're leaving because they either disagree with the direction the company's taking, or the more direct version of that, which is disagreeing with management, That should have been a sign that things needed to change and shit was hitting the fan. So, oh wow, a Guerilla stream. Welcome in, Sumonite. Yeah, my very first Guerilla stream. More free just means Kyle are getting more hours on Minecraft. I think that's a good thing for everyone involved. So I'm not going to object if that's the case. Plus Altair's case, yeah, exactly. Thrice is a pattern, something. Yeah, exactly. Nah, Yagu can be trusted, but the problem is how much control he still has towards cover. Yeah, I think that's also something that a lot of people are sort of tossing up. But hopefully now that... Because Fauna made the decision to graduate and not go affiliate. So that also means that the Fauna IP will be gathering dust after her departure. And at some point, if nothing else, that will probably register with the investors. Because when we're talking about IPs that are worth a very high amount, I think that Fauna's is definitely way up there. In terms of Hololive, I'd say almost every single IP in Hololive is worth a massive amount. But I mean, are you really going to tell me that Fauna choosing to graduate instead of going affiliate isn't a big loss? I don't think anyone in their right mind would try to make that argument. So I think that might have made the investors sort of prick up their ears. But maybe that's just wishful thinking on my part. Chloe gives us a glimpse of their internal workings as well. Yeah, exactly. Hololive has usually responded well after a kick in the backside. Hope that works now too. This will be, again, when I talked about how people's previous conception of Hololive's management has been built on anchors that have been lost over the course of 2024, this is going to be a chance for them to establish new anchors. This is going to be a chance for them to establish a new precedent, new things that their audience, their fan base as a whole, can sort of tether their trust in management to, at least over the interim period, while the things that are changing on the inside stop changing as quickly or as drastically. But this also means that they're quite vulnerable during this time period. If I'm talking about if I'm talking about their brand image per se, I'll make the argument that Chloe leaving was the bigger loss. Yeah, no, I'd say that. I can believe that. I'm not in a great position to judge because I don't engage with the JP side of Hololive that much. But if you'd say that, I mean, I'd be willing to believe that purely because of the fact that she's been around for longer. So I'm scared those anchors are going to be Corpo slop. Oh, speed on. I think a lot of people are scared of that, myself included. But I suppose we'll see. Saplings are almost at Dragoon level of fanaticism. That's true. From what I've seen, that certainly does seem to be the case. Something I wanted to say about last stream after watching the VOD, the affiliate status isn't different from graduation, but different from the alumni status. Actually, yeah, that's a good point that you pointed out there. Huh. I do wonder. I do think that maybe it is weird that they put out an article explaining affiliate status and differentiated it from graduation, but didn't include any mention of alumni in there either. So, now the BlackRock version of Fauna will be on the rise. Let's hope not. Hololive always learns from its mistakes. Up until now, that's what its management's brand image has been built on. Yeah, the idea that when things go wrong, they will pivot accordingly to stop it from happening next time. But we'll see how they pivot in response to this. Talents leaving is a stark reminder that A-chan was a powerful pillar holding up the talents within the company. Oh, I have no doubt about that. The thing is, I don't know how much of A-chan's image outside of the company also corresponded with her having the same widespread, all-encompassing impact within the company as well. But losing the face of talent management friendship was a massive blow to Hololive's brand image. I do think at the time when A-chan announced that she was leaving, I think I said on stream that at some point in the future I can see Nodoka taking her place. I don't think that's for a while though. I do think that eventually I think Nodoka can assume a similar kind of role or a similar sort of place in Hololive's brand image as a company. But I don't think that's going to be for a while. She's simply too... I don't think she has the same amount of pull in terms of her reputation in the eyes of the fan base as a whole. She doesn't have the sort of the A-chan gravitas that was there from before. A-chan is likable, but she feels... I don't know... I can see why she might feel artificial compared to some, because she doesn't have... Well, I mean, if we think about it from the perspective of just, branding, right? Branding a persona or a character, being the novice assistant manager, the novice assistant to A-chan is a lot weaker of a backstory than best friend and hardcore supporter of Hololive's first idol. In terms of brand power, A-chan's foundations were simply way, way more powerful and potent than Nodoka's. So, I don't know how Hololive would fix that, or perhaps make up for that disparity between the two. But I can see that being something that's worth considering or worth thinking about for the PR team that I presume that they have. Yeah, A-chan has the history, exactly. She has the lore that builds up her place in the company. And while Nodoka also has similar kinds of, she has a background, a story, but it's not I don't think it's the same. I don't think it's as powerful. Watching, trying to get Nodoka to fill in the shoes of A-chan will be like watching Aiko fill in the shoes of Mumi. Actually, that's a pretty good comparison, I think. Except for the fact that we haven't actually seen Mumi appear in... We haven't seen her appear on stream, I don't believe. But we've heard a lot about her. Actually, you're kind of right in that both Aiko and Nodoka have that sort of, the cute member of staff or management thing going for them in terms of their branding. But yeah, I don't think that makes for great leadership material, if that's what you need. If you need a member of management to actually be, I don't know how to say this, stalwart? I think maybe that's the right word for it. I think that's the correct word. If you want a member of management to appear as this sort of stalwart pillar of staff, I think that being the cute staff member or the cute manager kind of works against that. But, I mean, who knows? Maybe it can work, but yeah. Yeah, Nodoka's lore is literally based on A-chan. Actually, yeah, Sumonite, that's a good point. I think that's why when A-chan left, there's kind of been a gaping hole there ever since. Because since Nodoka's lore was based on A-chan, then maybe Hololive might, at some point in the future, maybe something that might be worth considering, is giving her some sort of... If they want her to be that sort of figurehead of staff, I think giving her some sort of supplementary lore that isn't as dependent on A-chan would be worth it. But yeah. Nodoka needs to be there to interact more, to banter with the talent. More missed opportunity was the New Year's segment. If it was A-chan, she would be the MC for most of them. That's true, that's true. I wonder if the role/branding of Nodoka would have been different if they knew A-chan was leaving. I have no doubt that it would have been. No, I absolutely think that they would have. That's why I'm not entirely convinced that... I think A-chan deciding to leave was probably a decision that she only... I think it's a decision that Hololive wasn't really prepared for, even if she did tell them like months in advance. Because I think if they had more time, they probably would have set up Nodoka to have more... I think they probably would have spent a bit more time making sure that Nodoka had firm wings after A-chan left. Yeah, Akunkure Weebu, I hope I said your name right. Mumi is the savior of FaZe. Aiko is the manager that manages the talents project. So yeah, Aiko has a long road to... Yeah, exactly. No, yeah, both Mumi and A-chan have that sort of legend status in their company's histories. Because I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that FaZe would not exist if Mumi didn't join. And that's the thing that stopped the talents from spiraling away from Sakana. That's the same sort of pull as, best friend and stalwart supporter of Hololive's first idol. It's the same sort of thing. It works its way really easily into the overall myth and legend of the company. So, Holo didn't realize how important and essential A-chan was. I'm not sure if they didn't realize how important or essential she was, but I just don't think they had enough time to pivot away from... pivot into something new that would rise up in her place after she left. Yeah, exactly. No one could have expected A-chan's family situation to deteriorate. Yeah, exactly. Her profile says she's still coming to grips with everything, which makes her seem like a newbie and not reliable yet. Yeah, that's part of it, I think. I don't think A-chan will ever return. Yeah. Exactly. But, I mean, it was kind of an unavoidable thing because no one could have anticipated it. And so, I do think that Hololive has the ability to pull through and survive, but I do think that in terms of a long-term goal, as more time progresses and they branch out more, they expand more, presumably more things change on the inside, I do think that there's going to be a distinct value in having a designated member of staff that people can come to. Essentially, people can come to love in a similar manner to a talent, in the same way that Achan was, and in a similar way to what Nodoka, to how Nodoka is presumably thought of nowadays, even still. Actually, yeah, no, this reminds me. In the comments of my last VOD, there were people discussing other reasons as to why Omega Alpha flopped so hard on the EN side. And one of the things that people brought up, I forget. Hold on, let me try to remember what exactly this comment said. But it was something along the lines of Omega Alpha's lore needed to be kind of over the top because of the fact that they were supposed to be someone who could manage lore-wise the embodiments of death, chaos, nature, time, etc., etc., etc. And when I was mulling over that comment, I realized that one of the things that made Omega Alpha's lore so disjointed, so diametrically opposed to what you would think of when you think staff, is the fact that when you look at Nodoka and Achan, both of their roles revolve around support instead of seniority. And when you want to create a character out of your staff, the thing you want to emphasize is not the power dynamic, it's not the fact that they are superior or senior to the talents. You want to focus on the fact that they are there to support the talents. And that was the thing that was missing from Omega Alpha. I think someone suggested that an alternative for their lore could have been, they were always around when the universe was starting, but then suddenly they noticed that all of these concepts were starting to have, that all of these concepts were starting to gain embodiments that wandered out into the world. And so they got off their ass and started wandering around with them to see if they would need to intervene to help them adapt to humanity or something. And I think that would have been a great alternative to what Holo ended up going with when it comes to the way that EN debuted, because crucially, that version of the lore, that rewrite would have placed more emphasis on the support function of staff rather than the seniority bit that was initially there, that initially Omega Alpha tried to run with. So I think that having an Achan-esque figure for EN would be great, but I don't know if EN has EN doesn't exactly have a great track record of that, so I suppose we'll see. But what is cooler, a stronger entity controlling stranger entities, or a seemingly normal dude pulling along stronger entities? That's the thing, you don't even need to pull them along, right? Part of the reason why Ame's lore fits so well with myth was because she was canonically just supposed to be, that ordinary quirky human that somehow had enough intellect, wherewithal, and sheer will to be able to exist and interact and even befriend these, fantastical beings without going insane. That was part of the appeal. And I do think that having some sort of wandering jester bard type trope for the gens lore-wise would have been a funny idea to experiment with. I'm not saying that it would have been, the necessary thing, but, Death having a human pal is a trope as old as time. So I was just thinking in kind of a dark way, I should never be allowed to actually do anything official for any VTuber Corpo, because my inclinations towards creating fiction tend to be a little fucked up. But a part of me does think it would be really, really funny if, or actually not necessarily, kind of morbidly funny, if canonically you had this character that was mortal, but just terminally ill, And as a result, they had the ability to perceive all of these various different, ethereal, non-tangible concepts as a result of being terminally ill. And, they would just be there. And the reason why they would be able to interact with all of these esoteric beings is because they're terminally ill. They're not scared of anything. They're not intimidated by anything because they know they're going to die anyways. So they are capable of supporting and befriending them just as a human voice of reason, or some representative of humanity. And you also have that neat little tie-in of they represent the idea that nothing lasts forever, nothing is constant. And so inevitably at some point down the line in their career, when they have to leave their position and get replaced by somebody else, it's already built into the lore as well. So the I See Dead People VTuber. I think that would be fascinating to try out. The the Make-A-Wish stuff. Yeah, that's one of the more. I think that is an oddly accurate descriptor of what I was just describing. Yeah, the Make-A-Wish staff member. Yeah, wasn't that an anime? No, yeah, I'm sure that's a trope in several works of fiction across several different genres. But yeah, that's a sad concept for a talent. That's the thing though, because if you're a member of management, part of something that you're going to have to accept is the fact that your entire job revolves around forming these connections, supporting these people that you come to know and love. Hopefully, that is best case scenario, that you come to know and love, but always with that little thought at the back of your mind, that little awareness of the fact that at some point one of you is going to have to leave, right? Because either the talent graduates, or cross fingers that this doesn't happen, is terminated, or the manager simply does their job really well but gets to a point where they just would retire normally as part of their natural course of existing. So I do think that that's an element of inherent, well, I suppose to put it in a bit of a melodramatic way, a little bit of inherent tragedy that I don't think any corpo seem to have leaned on in terms of their lore. I don't think. At least I don't recall any that have tried that. So yeah, mortal can't outlive a mythical being after all. Exactly. The sickness-induced delusions for staff. At some point, I don't know, if Sakana ever picks that Chunibyo-esque, I want there to be lore for every, I want there to be lore for every member of the company, etc., etc. If he ever picks that up again as a genuine desire, I do think that Phase Connect would be uniquely positioned to take advantage of that particular fictional trope. The genius way to describe that: Make-A-Wish manager. Yeah. Making the inevitable part of the lore is quite appealing, not gonna lie. Yeah, exactly. It could be such strong branding if you pull it off correctly. But I think that's the least of Hololive's concerns right now, because they're quite occupied with other things. But I do think that at some point it would have been a fun experiment. But Chairman, I reckon, sucks my eye. I mean, there are plenty other people in this industry that are more established than I am when it comes to doing things like writing lore for companies. But who knows? I am planning on having more streams this year where I just spitball things, like trying to craft little bits of fiction, little bits of lore, but as a fun, chill stream every so often. But yeah, maybe, hopefully. More effort than Ember's lore? Nah. Okay, to be fair, I think Ember's lore is a bit of an anomaly, even for Phase, right? Because, I mean, Idol Rabbit, Fox that is for some reason obsessed with Idol Rabbit, Dragon that, I forget, what was NASA's lore again? It was something like uh dragon that befriended the wizard that was sent to slay her or something. I think that was the lore of... I think that was supposed to be the lore of Michiru and Nasa. And then Iori is just assassin deer. Uruka is just blue bear for some reason. And Leah is... Well, actually, Leah's lore is kind of cool. You know, assassin that orchestrates her own death so that she can become this virtual, you know, this virus. That's pretty, you know... I think out of all of the Gen 1 lore, Leah's is probably hands down the most sophisticated on its face. But even so, I do think that there are, with the other talents, there are these sort of inbuilt lore connections between individual talents to the point where Ember's is a little bit of an anomaly where it's just, you know, Ember's a virtual fire starter, whatever that means. I can't shake that line out of my head because real old heads in the audience will remember when I did that stream where I talked about making Face Connect fan fiction. This was several months ago, but the stream's still up on the channel, by the way, if you scroll up through the catalog. But I remember when I was going through the different talents lore in preparation for that stream, I remember coming across that clip where Ember was complaining about how Sakuna put her lore up on the website. I just couldn't get that out of my head. That was burned into my memory. But yeah, Kani love. The fact that she went from Ashelia to Leah is still something I'll never understand. I think it kind of makes sense, right? You're shedding parts of yourself when you move on, right? From just being a how do I say, being a person to being like a virtual person. I suppose it kind of makes sense, but yeah, that one was a good stream. I hope so. I liked a lot of the stories that I ended up cooking during that stream, which was nice. The fan fiction stream is one of the few Armchair streams I've been able to watch in full. Oh, there's quite a lot of people who tune into that one. My favorite cook stream is still probably the Bible. That's interesting. Maybe at some point in the future, I would be curious to know which one of the streams that I've done before is your favorite, but... Does Pippa share lore with Asmongold? Technically, no. I mean, I talked about this before on stream, but... If Face Connect ever has like some sort of event in the future where they want to flesh out their lore a little bit, there are so many tiny threads in... Even the most bare bones little bits of backstory that they currently have written up in their official like website, canon, whatever. There are so many tiny threads that people could pull together that would make for interesting stories or interactions or anything like that, or hypothetical scenarios that I think if they had some sort of event where they asked their fan base to do that, I think there could be so much interesting stuff to come out of that. I mean, admittedly, I'm a little biased because, I mean, I've done that stream, but... Yeah, no, they've... I think, assuming that Sakuna was the one who wrote the lore, maybe he was just, you know, maybe he was just kind of... I think... Maybe he phoned it in. I think for some of them, he may have phoned it in. But there's stuff there. There's enough ingredients there for some good cooking to happen. Charlie, thank you for the 5. You know what's really sad to me? Your first VTuber was Scarlet from Niji, and she will always be my Oshi, but the magic of Niji is kind of lost forever. Yeah. Actually, that's a good point. If you want to capture the magic... Something I would be curious to maybe throw around in a future stream is now that you bring up the term magic, I do wonder, right? From the perspective of just, you know, not necessarily a fan, but someone who is responsible for, let's say a PR consultant, right? If you were tasked with trying to understand where the magic of a corporation comes from, part of me does wonder what the ratios would be in terms of concocting that magic between character persona / design, content, brand image of the company, and lore. Because how do I say this? As superfluous as VTuber lore can seem at times, I do think that appropriately concocted lore can go quite a long way towards reinforcing all of the previous things that I was talking about, all of the previous elements as well. Because, I mean, I keep coming back to this example, but that's because it's a great one. Achan's lore, best friend of Hololive's first idol, that reinforces all of the other three. It lets us know what her job is, what her function is. It gives content because, well, it mandates the content, seeing as how she appears on streams as a collaborator, sometimes as a host, usually as some sort of supporting role to the talents who are also there. And it also reinforces overall brand image of the company because, well, if your staff are that supportive of your talents, then you've got a good thing going. I think all of those things will individually contribute to overall magic at Hololive. And I think that's the hardest thing to do when you're writing VTuber lore, from what I've seen, is coming up with lore that isn't just, it's not just chuny gobbledygook. It's something that actually works as part of your branding. And it's something that ties in with the function of what you do as part of your content as well. That's the bit that I think is really difficult to nail, because so many VTubers spend a considerable amount of time and or money coming up with lore and a backstory to their character or persona, but it just doesn't seem to have anything to do with what their content is or what they want their brand to be or what their brand ends up becoming. So you mean immersion? Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was referring to. The word just slipped my mind for some reason. Thanks, Sumanite. Chat, nowhere they ever fixing that rep. My resolve for this year is to do less Niji streams. At this point, I'm not gonna lie. I think with the stream that I did, the collab that I did with Rima, everything that could possibly be said about Niji by me has probably already been said. Everything else from here onwards would probably be just rehashing stuff that I've already said before in some sort of combination or some sort of permutation of what I've already done. So hopefully the current situation that they've got going on behind the scenes will resolve itself in a, how do I say, tolerable manner, and then after that we can just wash our hands of the entire affair. But Niji really has been the dead whale of VTubing content and commentary and drama over the past year, hasn't it? Hololive is trying to make use of their lore. Holo Indian games aside, they also have a couple of manga that make use of the lore. Oh yeah. Even in their music videos as well. Because I know that, I forget exactly what the name of their song was, but that song that Marine collabed with Gura on, that was a great example of looking at the two of them just interweave their lore, just really casually into the way that they made the music video for that song. That was quite something to watch the first time I saw it, but yeah. Charlie, thank you for the 2. Chair, I could fly you out to Japan. That's foul, Charlie. That's foul. Oh, when I was reading those screenshots for the first time, I wanted to rinse my eyeballs with boiling water. Oh, some people just... I've said this before, but Discord has done irreparable damage to the human phenomenon of dating and romance. It just isn't the same anymore. It's been irreversibly altered, and for the worse as well. Niji had an oopsie. Oh yeah, no, I saw that, Eddie. Yeah, apparently Niji had an oopsie where they charge people a pretty pricey ticket to attend an event that they didn't disclose prior. It was a pre-recorded concert. So, yeah. Not exactly a great way of starting the new year, but I don't know what I expect from Niji at this point. So, oh, Shinkiro? Yeah. Marines MVs are some of the best visual storytelling. Amen. COD chair on delivery to Japan. You go. COD is a nice one. Discord also ruined archiving. Absolutely. Yeah. Man, there's an entire generation of children whose only memory, or whose earliest memories of interacting with their friends and getting together to talk, play, whatever, are going to be inseparable from Discord. And that's a grim thought. Maureen spends most of the money she gets into those music projects. I mean, if I had as much money, the thing is, VTubers spending their money on those, like, you know, really highly produced songs plus lavish MVs that are just beautiful to watch, that is basically the modern day version of a Renaissance noble commissioning a statue, or a royal commissioning a cathedral. Like, that's basically what, you know, that's the VTuber version of that, essentially. So the name Discord is oddly fitting. Yeah. If you really think about it, Marine is modern day Michelangelo. If you really think of, well, no, not well. It's this weird combination of Michelangelo plus the person that sponsored Michelangelo. It's a combination of both. Yes, Lamau, exactly. Yeah. I mean, in regards to what we had, something's happened with Skype and console chat lobbies. To be honest, Discord is just the current version of that. I suppose that's true. Man, how many people in chat... Actually, looking at my age demographics, I'm convinced that pretty much all of you guys in chat will remember Skype. But actually, that might be a good way of vetting my chat for minors. Like, if I say Skype and anyone reacts with, huh, what was that? I can just ban them immediately. But only difference is that Marine can make that money back. That's true. Michelangelo didn't have a yacht, though. Yeah, fair enough. You make a good point, Artemis. What does that make my horse girl? That's a good question, Charlie. What would that make Rima? I suppose Rima would be I mean, all of us in the, you know, in the drama tuber sphere, so to speak. I guess we'd all be this bizarre mixture of town crier and court jester. I think that's the niche that we occupy if we were to draw parallels between our roles in the industry or society and, you know, what people did back then. I think that's it's kind of perfect because Rima does have her, you know, her new model does have that jester-esque costume design. But yeah. Does Skype still exist? I don't know, actually. That's a good question. I think it might have died at some point down the line, but... You mean town horse? No, Evo, that's a different thing. That's a different profession. Damn, going down memory lane with all the old school messaging platforms. Does anyone here remember using Google Plus to talk to people at some point? She's Machiavelli but funny. I don't know if Rima has it in her to be Machiavelli, I'll be honest. I think Rima has the bizarre ability to still see good in things and people and be optimistic in general, which I find to be something that amongst other people in our particular content niche tends to rub off. Well, we tend to lose that quite quickly. So the fact that she's managed to maintain it for this long is truly an anomaly. I did use Google Plus a bit. Hey, some people used it. Some people used it. I remember the tank thing in protest for Google Plus. Yeah. You made a Google Plus account because YouTube forced you to do that? Yeah, exactly. You weren't supposed to. Do you remember Bob? I remember Bob. You're gonna have to be more specific with that one, Speedon. I used Google Plus against my volition. Yeah, quite a lot of us were forced to use Google Plus against our will. Rima was gaslit into horsedom. That's the beauty of it, though. It wouldn't nearly be as funny if it was naturally part of her lore. Google Plus ruined YouTube. Yeah, no, I agree. It's endearing. Or endearing. Very clever, Charlie, very clever. But yeah, no, I agree. It does make her quite different from the other people who are in this space, I think. In a good way, Bob? Bob was the guy with the tech. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. I remember. I see. Anyone remember GeoCities? That's a throwback. Holy. We are all so old. Okay. Okay, let's continue with the doc. There's only one paragraph left anyways. We realize that some of these changes will take steps and time, and that they may continue to worry our fans, but we are urgently committed to creating an optimal and enriching environment that everyone is proud to support. We are actively hiring to improve and reach our goals, so if you are interested in working with us, please apply through the link below. Now that I'm seeing people... Yeah, the age is a creaky chair. It's depressing how often I'll, like, for example, get up off my chair after being after I get up after streaming and I hear my joints creak while I do that. I feel like I'm no spring chicken, but at the same time, I don't think my joints should be creaking at my age just yet. So it's that's always a fun sensation. But oh yeah, no, that reminds me. For the past few months, I've been watching my I remember that I think for the first 6 months after I started streaming, whenever I went into my audience analytics and I looked at the different demographics when it comes to how old members of your audience are, there was, for a while, the percentage of my audience that was below 18 was 0. And I remember there was one stream, I forget exactly which one it was. It might have been the drama stream. I think it might have been the drama stream where I checked the analytics for that. And instead of 0 next to the 18 the something to, I think 13 to 17, I forget exactly what it's called, demographic. It went from being 0 to like 0.6. And ever since then, I've been watching it like a hawk to make sure that it's gone back to 0. Because I don't want minors in my audience, I'll be honest. That's not something. If you are a minor in my audience, please don't let anybody know. I don't want to know that you're what are you doing here? You must be lost. But yeah, no, that's I can't wait for that number to go back to 0, I'll be honest. I'm sure you'll grow up to be a great person if you're a minor and you happen to be watching my content. But until you grow up, I prefer you spend your time in other areas of the internet. Armchairs FW confirmed. What's the analytics right now? I think the last time I checked, for the last stream, it was 0. But yeah. Hide your power levels. Armchair used the blue archive tactics. Armchair really said, where are your parents? Why are you here? No, unironically though, unironically. I believe that children should not be... Well, I think that children being on the internet is fine, so long as it's heavily monitored by their parents. Unfortunately, too many parents outsource their parenting to either the government or social media, so we live in a society, I suppose. Yeah, Armchair's analogies are not safe for work. I agree. Tell them to bookmark the page and come back in a few years. Until then, hippity hoppity, get off my property. Amen. Well said, well said. But yeah. I do wish that more parents took the initiative to keep their kids off of certain parts of the internet, and definitely off of social media. What's a child doing on Twitter, for fuck's sake? That's no place for a child. And that's me. Like, I can understand why children would use Discord, because it's pretty convenient for things like group calls and, you know, group gaming sessions. But at the same time, like, I am a hair's breadth away from saying that children should not be allowed on Discord either, purely because of the other shit that goes on that platform. But, man, if I was parenting a kid, they would be living in analog until they were at least 14 years old. Yeah, doing Slacktivist things, yeah. I do wonder how the Slacktivist population how much that would go down if tomorrow all children were just Thanos snapped off of the internet. I genuinely think that, I genuinely think that would be that would turn society around into a far more positive direction. We'd fix the economy and the birth crisis within the next 2 decades. Chairman is our dad, if I recall, from that one stream analogy. Which one are you talking about, Robin? Hey, one should be playing with kittens, just not the Discord ones. True. I would not allow a young boy anywhere near a Valorant e-girl. That is not an interaction that should ever take place. Charlie, thank you for the 5. Throw them in MW2 2009 COD lobbies like the rest of us. True. Actually, yeah, no, unironically, if I could expose a child to, you know, a degree of adversity that would nurture character without actually having any sort of long-lasting harm be inflicted on their psyche, I would probably just throw them into a 2009 COD lobby. That kind of environment creates the perfect adults in the long term, I'm convinced. I didn't get a Twitter until my parents forced me into it, and I was like late uni or just graduated. Good. As far as I'm concerned, no one beneath legal drinking age should have a Twitter. Now, obviously, that's a bit of a hyperbole, but I genuinely don't think that there is any reason to use Twitter unless you are at an age where you can disengage with what people are saying. Until you develop a general sense of world weariness and apathy, I don't think Twitter is healthy for anyone without either of those two things. Dota 2 it's true itself, yes. LOL rite of passage. Oh. One of the most fascinating things to see over the last few months is seeing how LOL has seemed to have made a resurgence amongst VTubers. Which I remember, I think some of you guys pointed out that GG from Holo might have been part of the reason for that. It's quite funny, to be honest. I still can't get over how League of Legends is making a comeback. Well, yeah, also because of Arcane, but I can't. League of Legends is certainly one of the games of all time. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me just check how many people. It's just over 200. That's fine. None of you guys are going to remember this in a few days or a few weeks. Hopefully, even a few hours. When I used to play League, I have a confession for you guys. When I say that I had a lot to reform from, when I say that I have a lot of redeeming of myself to do, I have a heavy cross to bear to make up for my years playing League of Legends. Part of the reason for that is when I did used to play League, I used to be a Shaco one trick. Oh, those were the days. Those were the days. I was truly the embodiment of human scum in that game. I feel like my life and perhaps many others have been improved innumerably after I uninstalled that game and never touched it again. But yeah, League player point and laugh. Yeah, reformed. I dropped the game. For years now, I'm clean. But yeah, occasionally I do feel a tiny little, like a rat scrabbling around in a dark corner of my mind. But yeah, that means nothing to me. Good. That's objectively a good thing. This is like a Rorschach test for people in my chat. If what I just said made sense to you, seek help immediately. But if it doesn't, you're good. You're fine. This is just like that Seth review. GG brain rot about lol equal as Chatini with jetpack. True. AP or AD? Both. That's the worst part. Chairman, I haven't gotten the temperament for League. You'll need to explain for those who aren't. Human poison. Essentially, in League there are many different playstyles. The most respectable playstyles are more to do with staying in your specific area of the field or map and just, focusing on the opponent that immediately presents to you as, being designated to stay in that area as well. That is the respectable way of playing League, right? And in League, there is a role called the jungler, where you're not tied to one specific part of the map. You basically just wander around like your team's murder hobo. And again, the more respectable way of playing that role is you to stay in your own parts, your own team's half of the map and continue to farm, NPCs, mobs on your own in isolation, only occasionally jumping into scrap fights in other parts of the map that are, that your teammates exist in. However, there exists a special form of a special style of playing the jungle role, where instead of being a decent human being and sticking to your own little spot of the woods, you go and harass the enemy jungler in their neck of the woods, and you make their life a living hell. That's the kind of playstyle that I used to prefer. Again, it's if you don't play League, you probably don't understand the sheer joy that comes with ruining the game experience for one other person. I had a communist's mindset when it came to fun in League of Legends, because fun for me was going to be a lack thereof for at least one other person on the opposing team. But yeah. I've never played League. All the knowledge I've gotten is the curses you hear on the internet cafe. That's for the better. Oh, Morlington, welcome to the stream. Ganking people is fun. Amen. Invading is fun as well. Chairman, no, Robin. I used to. That's a very important distinction to make. Uh, uh, man. There are times when I watch other VTubers play League and I do get a little like weirdly nostalgic. But then I remember what it was like to play that game and I snap out of it. But yeah. Translation, he was a right bastard. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Shrieking Stars. That's a good way of putting it. But yeah, I was going to say, a bit of a pivot from what we were just talking about. This line where they say, we realize that some of the changes will take steps and time that they may continue to worry our fans. This is something that I find both comforting and worrying at the same time. I find it comforting because they aren't trying to hide the fact that this is going to be a change that won't happen immediately. That it won't, it's going to be something that will require a little bit of friction going on in the company. However, it worries me because this implies that at least in the near future, it's going to get worse before it gets better. Or at least if you want to see things improve, you're going to have to kind of grit your teeth in the meantime. So I don't know how exactly that's going to manifest, but I would assume that that means that maybe the graduations aren't over yet. Purely based off of that they may continue to worry our fans. Because that means that there's more change coming, I would assume, before the more change of ambiguous nature coming before we get to change of positive nature. No pun intended. But overall, this does somewhat affirm the position that I adopted towards the end of the last stream where I said cautious optimism might be the way forward. So this is comforting, affirming. I just hope that they stick the landing for this, because there are a lot of hopes, a lot of people riding on this right now. And Hololive does admittedly, well, since the tail end of 2020 at least, Hololive does seem to have a good track record of actually learning from its mistakes and correcting them before they become too catastrophic. So I hope the trend sticks. I really hope the trend sticks. Because so long as they continue to listen to their core audience, I don't think there's anything that can kill them outright. And I don't think the investor brain rot is going to become too much of a problem either, so long as they keep listening to their core fan base. But we shall see. We shall see. The next thing that I was going to get to... Oh yeah, no, this was... Rats claim it'll be Gura. To be fair, I think... People have been saying Gura's going to be graduating for a while now, to the point where I've become kind of desensitized to whenever people do say it. I do think that it wouldn't surprise me if she did. Part of me intuits that if Gura has even expressed the possibility of considering graduation, you can bet your ass that Hololive is doing everything humanly possible to convince her to take the affiliate route instead of the graduation route. Because especially after what happened with the LA Dodgers, if they were never able to use that IP again, that would truly be a major blow to Hololive's expansion and repertoire. I mean, it's just rats, so it's completely unconfirmed, unsubstantiated, but I mean, I can't say I'd be surprised that turned out to be the case, but Callie just made a holo time capsule to be opened in 2030. I think there's still a change of dubious nature coming, but the implication of a 5-year time capsule calmed me at least a little bit. Yeah, that's fair enough. Seeing talents do stuff like that is, I agree. That is nice. That is really comforting. But change of dubious nature. This is something I'm actually going to touch on in the stream that I've got scheduled for later on this week. But there really is a very strong recurring trend of a VTuber company opening itself up to outside investors and then immediately afterwards embarking on a series of very dubious decisions that may or may not end up alienating their core existing fan base. So I hope that Hololive breaks the streak. But there is a lot that they're going to be up against over the next few months, I'd say. Gura hasn't streamed in 4 months, I think. Oh, I see. Rratting is funny when it's absurd enough. That's true. That's true. Oh no, she had a member stream recently. Yeah, no, I remember hearing of that as well. Change of dubious nature. Very clever, Charlie. Very clever. I imagine she's got that much sway in her role that they permit her to take it easy for as long as she remains in the company or something along those lines. Yeah. Actually, yeah, no, that reminds me. This is something I'm going to be talking about more in the stream later on this week, but I find it extraordinarily funny that Nexus's early branding revolved so much around using Gura as a case study for how VTuber superstars are born, because they took Gura as a success story, focused on one or two things that created her monumental level of success in this industry, and just ignored everything else. It's so often that I see people talking, or actually, that I see people talking about how big Gura is, and yet when they try to explain the different factors that made Gura Gura, it's just their ability to articulate all of these things just tends to collapse immediately. Now, I'll save it. But needless to say, Nexus's early marketing did not impress me very much, for good reason. I hope you guys will agree with me come Friday/Saturday stream. Oh, there are certain people where, and I'm sure that some people have this opinion of me as well, there are certain people where they open their mouth or they start typing and you immediately think, why the fuck are you here? How on earth did you end up? What circumstances? What abortion had to occur at some point in the universe's scripting of events that led you to find yourself in this space and doing this thing? Especially if the thing that you're doing involves large sums of money. And Harry from Nexus, he is without a doubt one of those people in my eyes. Battle Royale, the corporation. Yeah, it's actually just a Fortnite lobby, but they thought that would work as a VTubing agency. And when I say they, I mean Harry and his investors. Because... okay. But yeah. Standard for cash grab businesses, no. I think they see easy money. They don't bother looking deeper than that. See, ordinarily, well, it's hard to judge intent by just reading words on a page. But I'm trying to make up my mind as to whether Harry was a genuine tourist that just didn't understand anything and thought that he was God's gift to VTubing right out of the gate, or if he was just stupid. Like, he had spent years orbiting the industry and he just lacked the capacity to understand how it worked. Those are the two options that I'm currently flip-flopping between in my head. I still haven't made up my mind on how I should, which of the two I should lock in preparation for the stream later on this week. But right now I'm leaning towards thinking that he's God's gift to VTubing despite being a tourist. But who knows? Maybe I'll change my mind. Even insiders in the industry mostly lose money when trying projects. No, if you want to make money, why the fuck would you start a business in VTubing of all things? This industry is where people's bank accounts go to die. Like, this is a thing regardless of whether you're looking at some burgeoning CEO or just your average indie, where the moment they enter this industry, it tends to just be that they open up their wallet and a gaping hole emerges from inside because they pour all of their funds out of it immediately. This industry has somehow managed to turn itself into the perfect money sink. And I mean perfect in the sense that it functions perfectly as a money sink, not that it's perfect to sink your money into. Because there are so many pitfalls in this industry for suckers to lose their money in. Whether it be not understanding what standard of art you should go with for your models, etc., your models and assets, before it becomes financially irresponsible, to just outright scammers that have tricked even the most popular and largest creators that have screwed them out of tens or potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like, this industry is... well, I wouldn't go so far as to say that it's a den of thieves, but at certain points throughout its history, it certainly has looked that way. So, hold on. You start a VTuber corporation to sell coffee, silly. Unironically, I do think that the coffee thing is... The longer that phase exists, the more I start to think that the coffee thing might just be one of the smartest business moves that someone starting a VTuber corp could go with. Because this is basically just merch, but better. Since, it's just so easy. You don't have to make anything, really. You just concoct a particular flavor or a particular, you basically just concoct a particular flavor and hey presto, there's your merch done. Now, I don't know exactly the logistics of how Fishman manages to, ensure that the supply lines for the cocoa don't collapse. But I would assume that so far it is probably not as filled with strife as people trying to find one legitimate merch company in all of VTubing. Because holy shit, have there been a lot of scams in that particular field. There's a mentality in entrepreneurship, especially in tech bro/entertainment, where it attracts high-risk personalities because anyone who knows better takes it slow or avoids it. That's true. I'll be honest, part of me does kind of resent the fact that so many of those high-risk-minded entrepreneurs that you described, Reindeer, part of me does resent the fact that so many of them are smooth talkers as well. Because if it wasn't for the fact that they were really, really good at manipulating the way that that information is presented to their prospective audience, anyone who interacts with them would instantly be able to tell from the first or second conversation with them that the idea that they're proposing is pie in the sky at best. But because of the fact that so many of these people have charisma, have an intimate understanding of how to frame topics, discussions, etc., they are capable of duping the average person into viewing a gaping hole in their business plan as an innovation or an opportunity. And that's, I mean, that skill kind of goes hand in hand with being a business graduate of any sort. But there are times where I fantasize about a world where those two traits weren't as prevalent in each other's company as they seem to be today. Eva, thank you for the 2. You are my computer from Courage the Cowardly Dog. I didn't really know what that's a reference to, but I'll Google it after the stream. The state of VTuber merch is awful, terribly overpriced, and the quality is shocking. Yeah, no, absolutely. That makes it all the more bewildering when I see like fan artists like Kusa pop up, and how this was during the Gunpei drama thing. I like, imagine you have a fan artist that above, in the face of all the odds, right? Like a salmon swimming upstream, somehow past a whole row of bears, somehow managed to break out to the point where they are not only renowned, but they are actually good at what they do. And then you shit all over them. Like, why would you do that? Are you stupid? What? When that entire drama was going down, I was just kind of head scratching, going, in what world is this a good career move? For those who don't know what I'm referring to, there is a plushie maker, I don't know if plushie is the right word, a doll maker in the VTubing sphere called Kusa, who makes these sort of, are they knitted? I think they're knitted plushies. Right, this Vietnamese artist who makes these high quality knitted plushies of various VTubers he's made a lot of plushes for Phase Connect, and for some reason he got a commission to make one for this indie VTuber, and when he gave that commission to the person who commissioned it, he had a bunch left over. Presumably because they were supposed to be the test cases, and he went into her Discord to try and ask if there was anyone else who was interested in buying a plushie of her, and she took this as a reason to sort of blow up at him for that. Started complaining about, oh, why didn't you give me a free one, or oh, I don't know why you're coming into my Discord just to shill your merch. I'm like, okay, sure, if you have an issue with that, just DM him. But she decided to make a call out post on Twitter and go, you know what, everyone should blacklist him, no one should associate with him, etc., etc. Just really cringe, kind of trying to bar associate, really cringe, trying to cut him off from any kind of association type of stuff. And predictably, this blew up in her face because far more people have had positive interactions with Kusa than negative ones. But it's just so stupid because the plushes are good. That's the thing. Like, Kusa consistently turns out high quality plushes, and for some reason, understandably, that's made him like pretty popular. And you just go there and decide to shit on him out of nowhere for not even a good reason, where a simple DM would have sufficed. It's just so. Yeah, and she got racist too on top of that. Yeah. It was such a mess. It was such a mess. Oh yeah, they're knitted. Yeah. The computer from Courage is intelligent, sentient computer that has the solution to all his problems, but is incredibly dry-witted and sarcastic. Oh, thank you for the compliment, then, Evo. That sounds like something I would aspire to be. Thanks for the explanation, Wallington. She was angry she didn't get any profits from it. Yeah, exactly. It's just, it's one of those moments where you just look at someone, you think, you never really grew up, did you? Like, what were your parents doing when you were a child? Surely, at some point, you would have received at least a little bit of hardship, right? Hardship that would teach you that you're not entitled to absolutely everything that, not everything that turns up in your vicinity, surely. Because, I mean, it was just so bewildering all round. racist how calling him discount. No, not quite. Basically, just saying, basically saying, oh, why couldn't he give me a free plush? Even just making something along the lines of even selling one of those plushes should be enough to feed him for 10 years because he lives in Vietnam, etc., etc., etc. Something along those lines. Just some really stupid shit like that. Yeah, she slandered Vietnamese people in general as well, yeah. I remember, yeah, it was something about the living cost in Viet, which is why she thought, oh, he's gotten one commission for the plushie, so why can't he give me one for free or something like that? It's just really stupid stuff. But I mean, there's an entire Muujin video on that situation that's had, I think last time I checked, it had 1.3 million views or something. So if any of you are curious about how that went down in intimate detail, I recommend going over to Muujin's channel and taking a peek. But it's just one of those cases where you watch someone attempt to bully somebody else who has done nothing to deserve it, and then you actually see the consequences unfold in real time, which makes it a very cathartic kind of little bit of drama to observe. But yeah, good video. Yep, agreed. Less racist, more ignorant. Yeah, I would say so. That's actually, yeah, I'd say that's a fair point. Happy New Year's, Aquareg. Welcome to the stream. Oh yeah, so moving on to the next thing that I was going to talk about for a little bit. Yeah, I never got around to covering this on a stream, but for those who haven't seen, although I'm sure a lot of you have already, last month, so on the 21st of December, Matara put out an announcement where she formally announced she was doing away with the art competition for this point in time. So, okay. Hi Momos and VShojo fans. I wanted to give you all an update on the Matara Khan x VShojo art contest. It is with great sadness that I must announce that I will no longer be going ahead with the planned art contest. I went into this with far too much eagerness and not enough planningness. Thus, I ended up with the outline of a contest that upset a lot of our fans and entrants. This art contest was a great lesson for me. I would like to thank the many artists who reached out to educate me. That was hard to get out without gagging. Thank you all so much for your genuine interest and, most importantly, your genuine advice on what I can do to improve for the next time I hold a fan contest. I have taken it all to heart. Lastly, I apologize for taking so long to address this. I wrote and rewrote this a million times and it never felt perfect. It never felt like my response would be enough for this. The longer I took, the worse I felt, feeling that I'll be upsetting even more people by not going through with the contest. So, with that, I just want to apologize again, and from the bottom of my heart, I will do better next time. Yeah. What I said before about beaten wife apologizing for drunken husband, that's exactly the same vibe that I get off of this. The educate yourself thing makes me so angry, mate. No, absolutely. We are aligned. We are aligned 100% for that one, Mullington. Oh, so part of the reason I suspect when I talk about how taking Twitter too seriously can be detrimental to you, this is one of the textbook ways in which that happens, where the problem with Twitter is that, actually, this is something that a lot of people have said about the platform prior, but Twitter is basically the digital equivalent of the town square. And the problem is, if you want to accommodate every single person that might stop to listen to what you're yelling out in the middle of the town square, and you want to make sure that all of them are happy with what you say, you've set yourself up to have a nigh impossible task. And it doesn't really surprise me, although it's kind of sad to think about. It doesn't surprise me that this was something that Matara agonized over for an extended period of time. First thing, well, actually, bug VTubers tend to have a lot of fan artists for some reason. Matara and Dizzy comes to mind. Oh no, Juniper as well. See, that's the thing. Part of the reason why I felt like it was such a shame that the contest was cancelled was because, I mean, I think this is just inherent to having a bug VTuber avatar, but there's something about being a bug VTuber that makes drawing art that makes it so that you seem to get such an interesting combination of different art styles, vibes, and genres, where people seem to be... It tends to attract the fan artists that are capable of drawing, like, you know, really wholesome, really beautiful, wholesome stuff, but also this weirdly grotesque, you know, artists that are willing and capable of drawing really grotesque, macabre bits of art as well. And that you always get such a refreshing mix of the two of them when you have people congregating to draw fan art of a bug tuber, for want of a better term. Because I know that just from watching Dizzy art show up on my timeline over the last few months or so, you always get this really funny mix of just, you know, absolute comedy plus existential horror, or just body horror as well. And you don't seem to get that as much with other VTuber tropes when it comes to like models or personas. So part of the reason why I feel like the cancellation of this art contest was such a shame was, I mean, I know that I personally was looking forward to seeing that on my feed for a little bit. I'm sure a lot of other people were looking forward to that kind of thing as well. But yeah, it's the overlap of cute, horny, and horror. Exactly, Reindeer. Because August, thank you for the 5. I suggested on Twitter that she should have offered signed merch or voice packs that fans would want and grifting artists wouldn't. Yeah, no, I saw a lot of people suggesting that, actually. Oh, yeah, one other thing, though. I will say, because when this post went up, I did see a few people tagging me in it. I would put in small request for you guys in particular. When you see a post like this that has to do with something that I've talked about on stream, I will ask that, as a little point of courtesy to the person posting this, it would be best if you were able to, if you wanted to tag me, I would prefer that you do it in a quote tweet rather than in the replies. Mostly because I don't want the off chance of the replies just being filled with at expert armchair instead of people, like, you know, comforting her and stuff. Because this was probably something that she did take a lot of time agonizing to get out. So just in future, I ask that if you're going to tag me in something, just tag me in a quote tweet rather than in the replies to a post, especially if the post is, you know, of this nature. But the thing is, when you read through this apology, right, when you assess it as an attempt at communicating with a specific audience, if we go through the entire process of going, okay, who is this aimed at? Who is actually going to listen, etc., etc., etc. This was so close to being a perfect apology. I think that if it had, you know, there is one sentence in the entirety of this thing that, if removed, would have elevated this apology tenfold, because it would have been aimed at a group of people that would have actually listened to it, or actually listened to what she had to say. But I mean, I think it's pretty obvious as to which one it is. You could probably tell by the way, by the fact that I stopped to make a quip after reading it. See, the thing about this entire apology, right? It addresses all the different points that people were complaining about beforehand, right? That, you know, she admits that there was probably some sort of mistake in terms of not going through it with enough planning, or maybe rushing through it in her enthusiasm, etc., etc. The thing is, right, this event could have worked even with the requirements that she ended up going with, so this is after the amendment stream where she just hung out with the Momos to ask about what she should change, and where she decided to lower the character limit from 6 to 4. Even then, with no changes to prize money, or even without the prize money, this event could have worked. Because it would have just been a community event. It would have just been an opportunity for Momos or, other people who are similarly fans of VShojo talents to make something fun, put it on the timeline, and everyone could sit there, scroll, and enjoy for a few hours to a few days. That could have been the perfect outcome. But now we don't get that, because now the contest as a whole has been cancelled. And I want to make this very clear. I don't blame Matara a bit for cancelling this. Because I'm sure for someone who tried to do their first art contest ever, this was probably a very sobering way of finding out what kind of people that might attract, or how that could go wrong. In fact, in a perverse way, I think this might end up being a good thing in the long term, because with going by Matara's on-screen personality, I highly doubt that she is going to allow this to happen to anybody else at VShojo. So I'm quite confident that this is the last time. I might end up looking quite stupid a few months down the line potentially. But at risk of making a fool out of myself, I highly doubt that Matara is going to allow anybody else to go through what she went through here at any point in the future while she's at VShojo. Just going off of her personality. But the thing about this is that I think all of us realized that when she wrote, "I would like to thank the many artists who reached out to educate me," I feel like a lot of people might have sort of cringed slightly when they read that. Because those artists ruined it for everybody else. It was always an option to simply look at the prize money, look at the requirements, and go, yeah, you know what? This isn't worth my time. I shouldn't participate in this. Instead of whinging and bitching and moaning about how the requirements should change so that it might be hypothetically worth their time should they win. Because that's a lot of mental hoops to jump through before you can even start assessing it in terms of monetary value. And I think I made a post about this at some point a few days after it went live, but that assumption, when you're just looking at the prize money and going, oh, that should go up or down, or sorry, that should go up because, oh, it's not worth my time otherwise. That is assuming, right? And I don't normally say this because, well, if anyone deliberately sets out to pay you with exposure, I'd make fun of them too. But that way of approaching this contest assumes that the acknowledgement of Matara and her fan base is worth 0. And that's what pisses me off about the entire thing. Because people who have that attitude towards Matara and the Momos were not the kind of people who should have been participating in this. Because they probably weren't going to be the kind of people who would even enjoy scrolling past all the various fan works that would have emerged on the timeline the next day. Because it doesn't interest them, I would assume. I can only assume that... And remember, I want to remind all of you guys of this. During the stream where Matara was... the second stream where Matara went live to sort of, work out the details of this competition, what should change, what shouldn't change, etc., etc. She mentioned that the people who were complaining about the prize money were not complaining about the bottom brackets. They were complaining about the first place prize, second place prize. And this is where I draw a very clear distinction. If you want artists to be, quote-unquote, more respected, if you want to make it more worth their time, if you cared about artists as a nebulous general term and or demographic, I can see why you would advocate for increasing the prize pool. as in the total amount of money offered across all of the different prize brackets, especially if you advocate for increasing the bottom brackets in terms of their winnings. If you went from 100 for 5 participants to 200 for 5 participants who didn't come first, second, or third. But if you're complaining about the prize money and you're only complaining about the first or second place, yeah, nah, sorry. It's not about respecting artists anymore. It's just about you trying to justify participating in this competition as if you were making a commission. There's no other way that you can interpret that. And that's why, when Matara mentioned that, that's what convinced me, okay, yeah, no, these people are all just, they are all just looking to participate in this cynically. Anyone, and I mean anyone, who complained about the top prizes instead of just the prize pool as a whole, I think those people should have just been blacklisted from the competition so that it didn't have to be cancelled for everybody else. Because it wasn't the fan artists who were complaining. It wasn't the members of the community who understood the assignment were complaining about. It's not something that they would have complained about. It was just going to be career artists who viewed this as basically a commission on the side. I can only assume. So, the fact that this was cancelled in deference to their quote-unquote advice. The thing is, right, and this ties back to what I was talking about. Yeah, they are entitled children, yeah. This ties back to what I was talking about back when I did the stream where I reacted to Quinn's rant, where to bring back that crude metaphor that I used. When your audience watches you apologize, let me rephrase. When your community watches you apologize to an audience that is not going to listen to you, you are basically NTRing them, but in terms of dialogue or communication. It's actually quite ironic that I might need to bring this up because Matara is the person who famously coined the phrase, "Men are easy, just be nice to them." And she's absolutely right when she said that, by the way. She remains right to this day. The thing is about communities, audiences, regardless of whether they say this or not, they want to feel special. They want reassurance from you as their content creator that they and they alone are special to you. And this is completely normal. For example, you guys. I care about the lot of you a hell of a lot more than I care about some random Twitter users. Part of the reason why I don't actually take what's being said on Twitter seriously. So, the thing is, in this particular case, one of the main gripes that I have with this response, and that's purely because of this one sentence, by the way, is because it diminishes that aspect of addressing your audience as if they are special. They are separate from a general audience as well. The thing is, when you appease an audience that's not your community, that doesn't actually care about you, that isn't really willing to listen to you so much as they will pretend to so that they can influence your actions or words, that diminishes how special your audience is, at least as a generalized message that you're sending out. The thing is, when you look at who lost the most in the wake of this cancelled event, it's not the artists that were bitching and moaning, because they were bitching and moaning about how they would have not participated anyways, and how, oh, if only so-and-so thing changed, then I might be able to participate. No, they didn't lose jack shit. The only people who lost something with the cancellation of this event were, funnily enough, members of Matara's community, the people who would have participated regardless of the stipulations and or the prize money that was being offered. people who probably would have participated even if there was no prize money. They were the ones who actually lost out on something because they were the ones who were going to participate from the get-go. And the thing is, by including this one line, not only have you made it... This may sound harsh, but that group of people, the fans who are going to participate in this regardless, they are the only people who deserve an apology in this particular case. And I get that may sound, that may sound unpleasant, that may sound rude, that may sound impolite, that may sound inconsiderate, but it's true. They were the only ones who actually lost something when this event was cancelled. And so when you not only I want to phrase this in a way that's as gentle as possible. When you make it so that this apology isn't exclusive to them, but you also make it so that you are apologizing to the people who caused that loss for your fan base, it doesn't send a great message when it comes to solidifying the fact that your community comes first. As someone who is familiar with concepts like, someone who's familiar with concepts like audience segmentation, demographic identification, stuff like that, it doesn't even convince me that you are capable of discerning who or what your audience is. And this is part of a gripe that I have with a lot of the, we accept everyone mentality that the VShojo talents have going as a general trend among individuals, individual talents at that company. Because if you refuse to draw clear lines between who is or who isn't part of your fan base, and if you are accepting to the point of not actively excluding, shall we say, detrimental behavior, then you lose the ability to secure the integrity of your own spaces. You lose the ability to reassure your audience, at least to some extent, that they are indeed special to you, that they are priority numero uno. Because at the end of the day, just like how, men are easy, just be nice to them. It may seem redundant to do, but just telling your audience, communicating to them, whether through your words or through your actions, you guys are different from the rest of the screaming strangers on the internet, because you're my screaming strangers on the internet. That's something that's worth doing. Actually, hold on. Before I move on to something that Captain Element said in chat, I remember. Hold on. Let me find it. I think Morlington, you asked another question earlier on. Let me just find it. Yeah, it might be too broad and derail the stream, but what do you think about refusing to apologize when you've done nothing wrong as a matter of principle? No, I'm 100% for this. And the reason is because, like I said, it is a completely futile endeavor to try and please everybody. You can't do that. And the thing is, a lot of creators are, I don't know whether it be because of the way that they were trained when they went through the education system or whatever, or some sort of maybe a side effect of how our society, especially in the West, tends to glorify tolerance as a virtue indiscriminately. But there are so many creators, especially in VTubing, that are deathly afraid of using things like exclusion or prejudice as a way of keeping their fan base clean. And this is why at the beginning of the stream I said that one of my goals for this year is going to be, at least to some extent, destigmatizing the use of prejudice in this industry as a safety measure for yourself and your community. The thing is, when you refuse to apologize, you are sending a very clear message. You are sending a message not just to the person you refuse to apologize to whom you communicate, no, I'm not going to take the bait. You being offended doesn't mean I've done something wrong. But it also sends a very clear message to your community that you are a safe investment that won't simply bow to the whims of an audience that hasn't even put in the effort to become a member or a part of your community. Because it takes work to be a part of someone's community. Well, okay, maybe work is a term that some people may disagree with, but it costs people things to be part of a community. It costs time, it costs attention, it costs, in some cases, resources, perhaps even money. And the thing is, what makes that cost so precious for the creator that is receiving it is that it is given completely voluntarily. Your audience doesn't stick around because they have to. They stick around because they want to. When they give you super chats, when they draw fan art, when they make stuff for you, when they choose to dedicate a portion of their hours at, every day, every week, every so often, they are choosing to do so as an expression of appreciation to you and at cost to themselves. Sure, that is a cost that is reimbursed through entertainment or relaxation or human connection, but it is still a cost nonetheless. And the thing is, you have to have that cost in order to become part of a community. In addition to having things like shared values, principles, and standards of behavior/conduct. But fundamentally, one of the things that makes a community, one of the things that, it's sort of like an inbuilt, I was about to say hazing, but that's not quite the right word. It's an inbuilt gatekeeping mechanism that you have to at least invest something, right? It costs sleep. Yes, Chris, exactly. And the thing is, if your community consists of members of your audience that have made that cost, it cheapens the cost that they've made if you simply give other audiences the same benefits that you give them. Like I said, every community wants to feel special to their specific creator. That's normal. I would even go so far as to say that that's justifiable. Very, very controversial, I know. But thing is, if you want to make that cost special, you can't just then hand out, your attention, your, your willingness to listen, your vulnerability to other random strangers on the internet as easily as you can with your community, because it sends a bad message. In addition to the fact that, well, it's not a good move for you either, since at least your community cares about you. At least your community has a vested interest in making sure that you are able to operate as comfortably for as long a period as possible because they enjoy your company. These people passing by who just yell, who yell demands at you from across the street, they don't give a shit about you. They don't give a shit about your community. They don't give a shit about what you care about. They see you as a resource at best. They see you as a potential source of clout, money, I don't know, maybe an industry connection or two. But they don't see you as anything more than that. They don't see you as a creator, or in the sense that they don't see you as someone who has dreams of your own, They just see you as something that they can get something out of. Yeah, it's harsh to say, but caving in, she's disappointed her actual fan base. Could have been good to address them quickly. Maybe she did it on YouTube or in memberships. I have no doubt that she did. But, man, it sounds minor, but if this one sentence had been removed, this apology would have been leagues better. My thing is, and this is coming back to the question you asked initially, Morlington. The reason why it is so important to refuse to apologize to people when you've done nothing wrong is because that you need to be able to set a clear boundary, a clear distinction between people whose opinion you take seriously and people whose opinion you don't. Because like I said before, offense does not necessarily mean wrongdoing. Just because you're offended doesn't mean I've done something wrong. And if you want to account for other people's feelings of being offended, you're going to have to draw a line in the sand somewhere. Otherwise, you're basically going to have all the integrity and spine of a car wash noodle man. People want to be able to live vicariously through the creators they enjoy, at least to some extent. And I get that this may be something that not everyone agrees with, but at some point, when you enjoy somebody's content, when you begin to identify with them, especially when you start Oshiing them, right? When you view them as someone who has the ability, has the drive, has the vision, the dream to turn themselves from a person into a paragon. Because fundamentally, that's what an idol or an Oshi is, right? Someone who has a dream and who is willing to work to capture that dream, become that dream. When people hop along for the ride, at least to some extent, they're going to want to be able to identify with you. They're going to want you to have some traits that they hope to see in themselves. And one of those traits that I do think is most underrated is being able to stand up to adversity. Not the kind of adversity that announces itself with a cackle and a crooked nose, but the kind of adversity that disguises itself as virtue, that disguises itself as compassion, disguises itself as weakness. The kind of adversity that comes from people who want to prey on your innate capacity for empathy and kindness. Because most often, if somebody Oshis you, there's probably at least a little bit of kindness or compassion or empathy in your arsenal, in your personality, or the persona you've cultivated. And they want to see you be able to overcome these challenges, to be able to recognize when they've presented themselves, and thus, well, essentially, if you're going to face an onslaught of people crying for your head, they want to be able to see you emerge out the other side unscathed. I'm trying to find the right words to say this. When you exclude people from your fan base, you're not just excluding people for the sake of it. I hope people understand this, and I wish that more people did. When you keep people... Actually, how do I say this? Discrimination is not always a bad thing. Because when you're seeking to build a community, you need to be able to discriminate against people, not just people who don't fit into your current community, to your current fan base, but for people who don't even try. And the reason why it's so important to discriminate against those people, to exclude those people from your fan base, your community, is because not only does it send the message to your own fan base that their efforts are not for nothing, that what they've put into your content, you as a person, you as a creator, means something that sets them apart from every other random internet stranger. Because there are a lot of internet strangers. but it also guarantees to your audience implicitly that you care about the integrity of the space that you share with them. And you are willing to maintain that integrity for them, just as much as you would ask that they maintain the integrity of that space for you. Now, when creators ask their audiences to help them maintain the integrity of their fan base, usually it comes in the form of asking them to obey agreed upon rules, right? For example, things like even something as minor as don't talk about other people's PLs when you are in my chat or in my Discord server or whatever. Very simple rule, it's not really asking a lot of anybody. But at the same time, when you ask people to adhere to that rule, you are essentially looking after the integrity of your fan base by establishing a shared expectation for how people are going to behave there. Thing is, a lot of people tend to forget that that's not the only way that you need to maintain the integrity of your space. That when you establish rules, part of what you're doing, because I have never seen a single VTuber who is about the size of, Matara, Michi, Iron Mouse, whatever, that has only one chat rule, only one community rule, only one rule for a Discord server or whatever. There are always multiple. And the reason why you have multiple rules is because you have many, I presume you are not just looking for a type, you're not just looking for a specific person to become part of your fan base. You're not just looking for anyone to become part of your fan base, you're looking for a specific type of person. The type of person who would be able to adhere to all of those different rules that you've set that suit your personality, your standard of moderation, your personal beliefs, principles, whatever. Thing is, why do people have multiple rules? What is the point of having multiple rules? And this is something that I explained before, but the hard truth of what those rules are supposed to do is they give you the grounds to use prejudice as a way of maintaining the integrity of your fan base. If someone breaks rule 1 out of the 5 rules you've established for your community, that gives you grounds to assume that they would probably not care about adhering to the other 4, and as a result, based off of that preliminary impression, you enforce your standards of, your code of conduct, whatever, your penalty against them, as if they were someone who was not interested in complying with all 5 of your rules. That's the point of having multiple rules. You don't wait for someone to break rule 1, then rule 2, then rule 3, 4, and 5 before you ban them from your server or your chat or your stream. In most cases, they only need to break rule 1 more than once, or rule 2 more than once, or rule 1 and then 2, or 1 and then 4, or 2 and then 3, etc., whatever. Fact is, though, that rules are fundamentally supposed to be a function of prejudice. And unless you understand that that is the real reason why rules exist, to facilitate the kind of prejudice that you need, mind you, to maintain the integrity of your spaces, you're never going to be able to create a safe place for yourself or your community. Because no one is going to be able to get along with everybody else 100% of the time. There are always going to be people that are more or less interested in coexisting with others in any given space. And when that space is online, the barrier to entry is beneath the floor. So you're going to have to do some heavy policing in order to make it so that you can keep it pure. And you want to keep it pure because that's what creates the most positive environments. Never thought of it as that reasoning for multiple rules. Yeah. Because again, like I said, nobody waits until no creator that is worth their salt will wait for a so-called community member to break every single rule before they get banned. Sure, they'll give them 1 or 2, instances of leeway, but after that, gone. Reason being that allows you to make an educated preliminary guess. That is pattern recognition kicking in. Because fundamentally, that is what prejudice is. Pattern recognition. You opting out of trying to experience something potentially bad face first by simply making an assumption based off of data that you've collected previously. Now, the data may be of varying quality, but that still doesn't change the fact that prejudice is based off of data. And when people make multiple rules, they are making their own data sets that they use to enforce a certain standard of behavior, of conduct, a certain set of shared values. That's what it is. Matara is choosing to disappoint the people invested in looking at her standing her ground. That is a careful decision as well. That's the thing, right? So a huge part of the branding for VShojo, and this is, the company as a whole, I suppose, but also the individual talents, a lot of individual talents, is the idea of being accommodating or accepting. And I understand why that is a value that you would like to embody as a creator. I understand why that would be very conducive to success, because of the fact that, well, if you are accepting of everybody, that means as many people as possible can add to your fan base. The problem is, once you get to that stage of accepting everybody, everyone's opinions become equal. Everybody's input becomes equally worthy of acknowledgement. And fundamentally, that's just not the case. There are inherently going to be some people whose opinion is worth listening to more than others. And people's criterion for how to judge whether someone's opinion is more or less worth listening to is, it's going to vary from person to person. But as a blanket statement to all content creators, what I would advise is that one of the utmost factors, one of the most important factors that should feed into you making a decision as to whether someone's opinion is actually important or not, should be how much do they care about you? How much do they care about your ability to continue chasing your dreams, what you want to do? How much do they care about your ability to maintain a connection with your fan base? How much do they care about you being able to feel safe and secure in your spaces, to say whatever you want to say, do whatever you want to do, express what you want to express, or ask of others what you wish to ask? Because that is an opinion that, at least in my mind, would be infinitely worth infinitely more than somebody who simply views you as an opportunity for clout or cash. And if you assume that the two are equally valuable because, what? One of them has put more blood, sweat, and tears into an occupation that they decided on? Sure, that's valid. But is that really a reason to consider them on the same level as someone who has spent potentially hours, days, weeks in total, sat in front of a screen, audio on, listening to you speak, watching you simply open and close your mouth, talk about things that make you passionate, talk about nothing at all on stream? Thing is, if just because someone's good at something doesn't mean that they're automatically going to care about you because you're doing something adjacent to what they're good at. In fact, I would say that if their profession is the thing that you're, if someone is an artist, if someone's a professional artist, and you wish to do a fan art competition, I think that makes them even less likely to care about you in particular. Because they are so used to doing the thing that you want your fan artist to do, they do it as a job. And maybe if they're a fan of you as well, then that can work out. But again, they have to be a fan of you first. They have to meet that criteria. They have to pass the gate. Like I said before, I do wish that more creators would understand the value of prejudice, of exclusion, of stigmatization, of apathy. Because all of these things have awful connotations. All of these things we are taught from a young age, from when we first enter school, they're bad. You don't want to do that. You don't want to be prejudiced. You don't want to stigmatize things. You don't want to be apathetic. Feel for everyone. Be empathetic at all times for everyone. You don't want to exclude anyone, do you? Being inclusive is a good thing. But at the same time, there comes a point where you have to realize that those are just ideals. And ideals are fine. But they can only work in an environment that has been explicitly built to accommodate them, using all of their opposites. Accepting some people may alienate others, so accepting everyone can be worse than having a dedicated audience. Oh, 100% I agree. The thing is, a lot of people don't seem to realize that accepting is a choice, right? You can't keep everybody, so you are always trading off one group of people for another. And when you are accepting to everybody, what you're really just doing is choosing one group over another, but not doing it proactively or consciously. So, well, yeah. Maybe the chances of her fans causing drama over her not standing up to the grifters is much lower. No, I have no doubt that because the thing is, going off of the comments, I don't think that the Momos had much of an issue with this particular cancellation, because for the most part, even though some of them did express that they were, that they were hopeful to participate or see the art, or that they felt a little sad that it was over, the overwhelming majority was all just, it's okay, stuff happens, it's fine, don't worry about it. And to be honest, that's applaudable, right? That's evident, abundant evidence that Matara has done a brilliant job of curating her audience thus far. Either through diligence or sheer luck, one of the two. But the thing is, as someone who is evaluating this as a bit of communication, I can't help but notice that when it comes to costs of this decision, if it is the case that this has permanently put Matara off of ever doing something similar again, and I don't blame her if that's the case, as time goes on, the group that loses the most from this is not going to be the artist that complained. It's not going to be the artist that tried to quote-unquote educate her. It's going to be her fan base. Because they were the ones who were going to participate in something like this. And I say they because I feel like in criticizing this, I can't really claim that title for myself at least to some extent. But, oh well. Respectfully, I think sometimes people don't realize how it could be damaging to their quote-unquote community, not necessarily a deliberate slight avoiding drama that could end you. Not a deliberate slight avoiding drama that could end you is probably a primary concern. Oh yeah, for sure. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. In a sheltered environment, it makes to be accommodating to everyone because everyone is invested in being a good actor. Falls apart in a wider audience. Exactly. The thing is, right, values such as acceptance, inclusivity, the opposite of prejudice, whatever that is, I suppose zero pattern recognition, and, empathy, right? All of those values only function once you've curated and enforced boundaries around a group of people that will also behave the same way towards you. In other words, you can only have empathy after you've used apathy to separate the people who will express empathy towards you from the people who won't. You can only be inclusive once you've excluded the people who will exploit your inclusivity. Same thing goes for things like, same thing goes for prejudice. You can only afford to be non-judgmental if someone or you have preemptively made sure that everyone who currently exists around you doesn't need to be judged. And the same thing goes for, what was the last one? Stigma. You can only afford to live in a society without stigma if there is nothing harmful that needs to be stigmatized in it. Or an environment, a group, whatever. It's all the same. So, while all of those are good values to have inside your community, when you're actually catering to the boundaries of that community, the community as a whole, you need to be able to express the opposite values. And it will sound very weird to a lot of people for me to refer to prejudice, exclusion, apathy, and stigma as values, because we're so used to talking about them as if they are exclusively negative things. But it's true. I wonder though if you could avoid this type of drama by just not phrasing it as a contest but an event, and then nebulously judging awards. I think you could. Honestly, you might be onto something that probably would have been a better alternative. Honestly, I feel like you're being too pessimistic about this all. The start of empathy, acceptance, inclusivity is to start from somewhere and someone. Yeah, the thing is, how have you picked that somewhere and someone though, right? At some point in all of our development, we pick a somewhere and someone. And we pick them based off of really basic things, like who gives us the most warmth at night, who keeps our bellies full, who kisses our boo-boos instead of yelling at us over them, right? It's really basic stuff. But at some point during our development, really early on, we learn to pick, we learn to choose. That's what the rules exist for. Yeah. The thing is, right, when you enforce those rules, you have to engage a different set of practices that people don't often seem to realize are practices, I suppose. But that would still allow new fans or tourists with stigma, bad behavior to taint your established community. Prejudice is always needed. Yeah, exactly. VTubers do things like room reviews, which lack the contest element but invites the community to participate. The thing is, right, there have been occasions in the past, and this is where I'm not going to blast artists on Twitter as a whole, because that's not fair. There have been occasions in the past where people have made quote-unquote contests, or art contests, and used them as a way to exploit artists by simply getting them to submit something and then claiming it for themselves. Because the logic is, oh, you voluntarily submitted something to this competition, ergo, you must be okay with handing it over to us. And because of the fact that there are certain, events like that happen in the past, artists, as a general body of people on Twitter especially, tend to be hyper vigilant when it comes to that. Ironically, it's them exercising their own sense of prejudice, because they've been burned in the past as a group, and as a result, as a group, they tend to be hyper skeptical. The thing is, in this particular case, well, there are two things in response to that. First, how do I say this in a tactful way? Fuck it. If you have developed a certain prejudice in response to something that is a genuine threat to you, it is your duty, your responsibility to exercise that prejudice in a way that protects you. For example, if you grew up with an alcoholic father, and from that you learned to develop a preemptive assumption that anyone who slurs their speech and reeks of alcohol is a danger to be avoided, and you walk through the streets at night, and when you pick up on, when you find yourself walking amongst a crowd where someone close to you reeks of alcohol and is slurring their speech, it is your personal responsibility to maintain a little bit of extra distance between you and them as you walk along, right? It's your duty, your own personal responsibility to make sure you keep your eye on them, just in case they do something erratic. Nobody else needs to do that for you. Nobody else is obligated to do that for you. In other words, if you've developed prejudice against something that could harm you, it is your responsibility to look out for yourself. At least if you're an adult. If you're a child, things change. Because, well, you know, it's an adult's job to look after a child in that regard. Thing is, in this particular case, if an artist develops a prejudice against art competitions because they know that they are a scummy, well, they've been leveraged as a scummy practice in the past, it is their responsibility to vet every single quote-unquote art competition that comes across their timeline. It's their personal responsibility, assuming they're an adult, to weigh up how feasible, how legitimate each competition is, and whether it's worth their time or not. In other words, it all rests... having a prejudice does not simply give you a license to demand the world to fit your prejudices, to accommodate your prejudices. No, it's your job to adjust your own behavior based off of those prejudices, if they're designed to keep you safe. And that's where this entire thing with Matara's art competition fell apart. Because when artists were complaining about prize money and stuff like that, that was them failing to exercise their own responsibility. Because if you see an art competition that's not worth your time, it's your responsibility as a grown adult to make the decision, okay, it's not worth my time, I'm not going to do this. Nobody's forcing me to, I just won't participate. And if you can't manage the sense of FOMO that comes along with that, that's an issue that Matara and her community have nothing to do with. That is purely, for want of a better way of phrasing it, a you problem. And that's something that, as an adult, you can work through on your own. In fact, I would even recommend it, because at some point down the line, it may or may not make you a little bit harder to love. Not even romantically, just as a person. Some events essentially steal art that's not conducive to the community continuing, so you stigmatize that action and you prejudice those who engage with it and specify future events don't do that. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? That is a reasonable concern that artists have. And the thing is, it was also a reasonable concern that Matara acknowledged relatively early on as well. Admittedly, not in the initial announcement that was put out by VShojo, but that is a whole different gripe that I have with the company, in that they didn't give her enough pushback to interrogate her proposal before going live with it. But leaving all of that aside, she did, in her first stream addressing this art comp, making amendments to the rules, she explicitly addressed the question of, do artists keep the right to their own submissions? And she said yes, very clearly. In the VShojo VOD, you can see, if you go to that section, I've timestamped it on the VOD, there are timestamps included as well on screen when it comes to the section of her VOD where she talks about this and addresses it directly. As an artist, if you are exercising your personal responsibility to screen this event before you participate yourself, you should have been able to tune into that stream, watch until that point, and then absorb what she was saying. Because none of that requires you to actually commit to drawing a piece preemptively. You can have your prejudice, you can have your stigma, but you also need to have your own personal responsibility. And that's what frustrates me about this entire event. It's just a bunch of people not exercising their own personal responsibility. And not recognizing that in asking Matara to accept them, they are essentially asking Matara to accommodate their own prejudices and stigmas, which is quite ironic, all things considered. There's a serious problem with people on the internet being unable to disengage with things they don't like. Yeah. Although, to be fair, and this is me playing a little bit of devil's advocate, it is a behavior that is heavily and subtly encouraged by the platforms that are built, in the way that the platforms we use are built. We know for a fact that Twitter does this, where, actually, people who've watched my prior streams in chat will know exactly what I'm talking about here. In a paper that was published by an organization that has the acronym PNAS, I think it's I forget exactly what it's called. I've basically just been calling it penis this entire time. They released a study where Facebook was found to arrange its algorithm in a way where material that elicited a negative emotion was more encouraged because of the fact that it was more likely to garner engagement. I have absolutely no doubt that Twitter is made the exact same way, where material that makes you feel bad is deliberately shoved in front of your eyes because that's the kind of material that's most likely to get a reaction out of you. Over time, this becomes a reflex because people, when they use these apps for a long enough period of time, when they use these apps to understand the world, perceive the world, absorb news, information, etc., over an extended period of time, these behaviors become a reflex. And as a result, this issue that you've observed with people not being able to control their, not being able to disengage from stuff they don't like. For the overwhelming majority of people, they never really had a chance. Because you either go into using a social media platform with the knowledge that you shouldn't engage with things that you don't like, because that'll just encourage it to, show you more of it. Or you go in unaware of that, and by the time you are told that that's a thing that happens, you are already conditioned into reflexively feeding into that, that negativity spiral. So, this is why part of my belief is that everyone should be given media degrees for free, or at least the stuff that I get taught in a media degree should be integrated into education starting from, let's say 6th grade and up. Because the fact of the matter is, unless you go into these apps with the awareness that 1, they are only built to be engagement tools, and 2, they are designed to make you feel awful if you give them even the slightest chance, you basically stand no chance at using them effectively. They will control you more than you control them, because they are going to hijack that dopamine, serotonin, cycle in your head and crank it up as much as possible. So, it's kind of rough. It's why I'm convinced that no one at VShojo has ever had any sort of social media training course, for example, because of the sheer amount of times that I've seen a VShojo talent get one guide in this year alone. So, I'm a bit callous and I think it's a skill issue on the individual, but you're right though. It can be both. It can be both. Ignorance does not excuse stupidity, even though it is fashionable to pretend that it does. And the thing is, you can get away with pretending that it does for quite a while, until the stupidity becomes too significant in its effects on your life. So, makes sense. You spend 10 seconds doing one thing rather than doing literally any other alternative, so of course they'll keep pushing the thing that made you spend 10 seconds. Exactly. Penis XD, yeah. I can't take it seriously, especially with the Martin Cetarpan's penis. But yeah. Oh, by the way, people in chat, if you don't know the paper that I was referring to just then, search up, I almost said penis, search up PNAS, Facebook Contagion Study. Facebook Emotional Contagion Study. You will be taken to an experiment that Facebook did, I think back in 2014, with a bunch of unsuspecting users that did not consent to being subjects, by the way, where they tried to see if emotions could be were infectious online. Spoiler alert, they are. And once people realized this, well, they were subtly integrated into the way that algorithms work. What we see today on every social media platform is likely the product of something that Facebook was doing more than a decade ago now. So, yeah. Tech companies don't give a shit about you. They don't give a shit about your children. They don't give a shit about society. All they care about is cranking up all of the chemicals in your head to their maximum capacity so that you give them as much time with your eyeballs as you possibly can. That's all they ever cared about. That's all they ever will care about. And that's why I advocate for I advocate for everyone to be less emotionally invested in Twitter and what people say or do on Twitter. Because that's exactly what the platform wants. Not even what Elon wants per se, but just the platform in the way that it's built. Trying to use Twitter to engage with an audience in a heartfelt manner is like trying to use... I'm going to try to use a different metaphor to the one that I used prior to describe this, but... It's a bit like using a hacksaw to disassemble a chicken for marination. You're only going to end up hurting yourself, most likely. Best case scenario, you don't hurt yourself, but you do an awful job at whatever you were trying to do. And that's the best case scenario. So, it's not worth it. Is it true that tech companies higher up forbid their children from using screens and phones? Only look at the way... Okay, look at the way that... I do believe that there are articles out there saying how Zuckerberg refuses to allow either of his daughters anywhere near Instagram or Facebook. So, it is 100% a thing where the CEOs of tech companies will try to keep their own children away from the apps that they make for fear that their children will eat up the poison just like everyone else. So... Very often I've considered as morbid thought experiments whether it would actually do good for society to make it so that these tech CEOs were not allowed to bar their children from using the same apps that they allow every other child in the world to use. Whether that would foster some degree of empathy, some inherent tendency towards safeguards to become a more native part of the app building process. But unfortunately, I don't think we'll ever move to a world, find ourselves in a world where that kind of idea is even deemed worthy of consideration. But I do find it to be an interesting thought experiment. That poison is in every part of life? True, but it's all a matter of extents. Right? Intensity, degrees of intensity and degrees of exposure. For some, it is more high than others. And I guarantee that these tech CEOs are making sure that, you know, the exposure that their children are experiencing when it comes to these social media apps is as low as humanly possible. It would at least give you a chance to figure out who has a conscience. That's true, that's true. Some golden rules of internet usage that were prevalent in the early 2000s are now gone or forgotten. Oh, absolutely. I'm convinced that it's in 5 to 10 years, that is going to prove itself to be one of the great maladies of society. That and the lingering effects of the 2020 to 2022 lockdowns. Because at this point, I'm convinced that the lockdowns did more damage than COVID ever could have. Because... let's just say that if smallpox came back tomorrow, we are not going to be able to pull off eradicating it a second time. I don't think we ever will for at least the next century or so. That's how badly the lockdowns fucked up everything. Mental health, social development, trust in authorities, trust in science. Everything became worse as a result of the lockdowns. I think that they were, unironically, one of the single most destructive decisions made by governments worldwide easily in the last decade, I would say. Bless you for playing devil's advocate for artists earlier. Had a conniption fit with the Matara artists and people trashing them both. Pain. No problem, Drek. No problem. As much as I meme on the quote-unquote artists who were bitching and moaning about Matara's art contest, I don't actually think that all Twitter artists are shit. I don't even think most of them are shit. In fact, I have quite a number of them in my chat who watch my stuff. So I try to avoid making that kind of generalization where possible, if it's not as a joke. But yeah, it's like I said, right? You guys have a reason to be cautious and skeptical and cynical and suspicious. You have a reason. You are entitled to your prejudice. I just ask that, more artists become aware that other people should be entitled to theirs as well. And that your prejudice doesn't mean that other people need to accommodate it, per se. It's your responsibility to accommodate it yourself. Could there have been a better solution to the lockdowns, though, or is it more the way it was implemented? See, that's a difficult question to answer, because that is me trying to come up with a hypothetical. And I don't have a background in... Well, actually, I don't think any of us need a background in science or anything to see that they've had an awful effect on the development of children and on people's ability to socialize with one another, which is going to impact social cohesion for potentially decades down the line. So, in terms of what would have been a better alternative, better solution, a lot of my view of lockdowns was affected by the way that the US government in particular gave out exceptions to people staying inside. The thing is about the lockdowns, if they were to be enforced, they had to be absolute. That means no exceptions for anybody. Not for celebrities, not for politicians, and certainly not for protests. Thing is, when the first time I saw that letter that was issued by, I forget, was it the US Department of Health or something, saying that the Black Lives Matter protests could go ahead in spite of the lockdowns, that was one of the moments, well, that and also seeing Boris Johnson having a party in the middle of COVID, plus multiple different influencers and content creators, celebrities, having parties of their own during the lockdowns. That was the moment that told me, yeah, no, this is a farce. This is not going to work. This is never going to work. People's ability to trust the government, general people in positions of power, that's going to be gone for a while now. So, yeah, no. Essentially, the alternatives that I imagine, right? Either the lockdowns are done, but they are enforced absolutely with no distinction between different groups or classes of people, or they're not done at all. It's that simple. Because the problem is, what we ended up doing was a half and half, where for the majority of people, they had to stay inside, right? Otherwise you'd get fined, or you'd be stigmatized, or you'd be lampooned by the media. But for politicians, for celebrities, for people who wanted to go out marching because of something that, well, I mean, let's just say I don't think the COVID virus would care about why you're gathering outside. The thing is, exceptions were made for all of those people. And as a result, when you break a lockdown in that manner, you might as well not have it. Because at the same time, yeah, sure, you reduce the spread in the short term, but in the long term, there's basically no difference. And the cost of that is you destroy the mental health of a whole bunch of generations of people for multiple years after the fact. A whole generation of children have grown up wrong as a result of the lockdowns. When I was working as a teacher, you could see in the kids that we were working with that there was something missing in their brains after lockdowns ended. We will never know exactly the sheer scale of what the lockdowns did to those kids. And that is a very sobering thought. But yeah, the rollout for and the way people were made aware of it was terrible too. Oh no, I absolutely agree. See, the thing is, right, and this is something I've talked about in prior streams as well, but the way that COVID happened, the way that the media tried to scare everybody into complying with all of these restrictions, that's something that can only ever be done once every 3 generations or so. Maybe 4 or 5. Because the thing is, once you do that, once you press the big red button on everybody's emotions in that manner, once you cause that much emotional distress to drive everyone in society towards one goal, you've burnt them out. You've used your one press of the button. You can't do that successfully to anywhere near the same degree of success for multiple decades afterwards. Because the people who experienced it the first time will not be willing to experience it again in their lifetime. At least the overwhelming majority of people. And, to be honest, I don't think they should be willing to experience it a second time in their lifetime. Because the thing is, well, like I said earlier, right? The next time that the media tries to do this, to whip everyone into a huge panic about something, it's not going to work. If smallpox came back tomorrow, we'd all be fucked. Because nobody's going to trust the media anymore after the shit that they've been pulling for the past 4 years. And I mean legacy media across the entirety of the world. Not just in the US, not just in Australia, not just in China, not just in the UK. Everywhere. And that's a price that I can only pray that we never have to pay in our lifetimes. Because holy shit, is that... I mean, there are articles that have been written about this where rates of vaccine skepticism went sky high after COVID. And I mean, do you really blame people for that? After the sheer length and intensity of the media shitstorm that was stirred up by legacy media? Like I said, you only get to use those fear tactics so many times before they stop working. But yeah. Ebola who? Yeah, basically. It wasn't even successful the first time? Yeah. Yeah. They tried. They got it. Well, it kind of worked. I feel like it did work among a certain percentage of the population in general. But it's going to be half that at best the next time they try something similar. It's okay, chairman. We know they'll be more likely to develop antisocial sociopathic tendencies. Yeah. Made words like skibbity and Riz dictionary worthy. Yeah, the lockdowns were fascinating, though, for seeing how quickly language could evolve over time. Although, I do think it's quite dystopian to see how the extent to which YouTube and TikTok have managed to pressure people to invent new language purely through weird moderation or policing of words. But yeah. Trying to think for the two. I blame them for the vaccine stuff. No, yeah, I do as well. I do as well. Nothing makes you hate the media more than understanding how they work. Reminds you of a news broadcast back in 2023 about the new COVID. I start to cry. It happens again. Yeah. Eventually you run out of tears. Eventually you start to become dead to it. And this is bringing back a concept that I've talked about in prior streams. I think one of my first stream. Compassion fatigue, right? Call it what it is, censorship. Yep, absolutely. That is what it is. Censorship has changed the way that we conduct ourselves and speak. And, well, it's... Mark my words, censorship will become the make or break of our societies over the next decade or so. Because it's a bit of an unsettling trend, but censorship seems to be creeping all the way across the world over the last 4 years, which I think is understandable. What COVID did, if nothing else, was give governments a whole lot more power over their people than is normal. But I suppose that's what happens. I hope the anti-vaxxers get a good wake-up call. I hope the legacy media gets a good wake-up call. Holy shit. Because the thing is, right, they did stand a chance at being able to... Legacy media occupies... Well, they used to occupy a pretty important role during times of crisis where they would coordinate people's responses to certain things. And there is objectively value in that when you exist in a democratic society and you are up against something like a pathogen or a disease. But the problem is, the way that they went about doing that the first time round, it's blown up their chances of doing the same thing later on. So, yeah. Viven, Plague Inc. predicted this? Oh yeah, they did. Absolutely. Plague Inc. is a fascinatingly accurate game when it comes to like simulating these kinds of circumstances. But yeah, I only listen to like National Public Radio, and even then I cross-reference now. As you should, Drake. As you should. No one, in my opinion, should take legacy media at face value anymore. Not when we have the ability, or we have a track record of seeing so many times where the truth has been manipulated in order to elicit a specific response from the public. That's not on. That's not happening anymore. Plague Inc. was way ahead of its time, yeah. Which means we should move to Greenland. Funnily enough, didn't Trump say something about wanting to annex Greenland? I think that would be quite funny. Learning about compassion fatigue went a long way into explain my feelings towards the drug addicts begging around my town, given how rapidly they multiplied. Yeah, no. Thing is, well, I mean, this is something I've said before, and I no doubt will end up saying multiple times more into the future as well, but people don't like to acknowledge this because it's an uncomfortable fact, but empathy is finite. It is a resource that has a limit. Everyone has a finite amount of empathy and compassion to go around. Problem is, it regenerates at varying rates between different people. And for most people, it regenerates extremely slowly. Usually, it takes empathy to replenish empathy, funnily enough. And the thing is, when you have too many things demanding your empathy at once, you just blanket run out of it for a while. And thing is, there are way too many things that we are exposed to on a daily basis that demand our empathy. You have things like... Hello, Blue Canary, welcome to the stream. The thing is, you have things like social media apps that, like I said, try to elicit negative emotions. Often, ironically, they try to elicit empathy, which is... I'm resisting the urge to say that empathy is a negative emotion. That's just hyperbole. Which is empathy, which almost always accompanies a negative emotion that you experience when you see something or someone suffering. When you see, for example, collapsed houses in North Carolina, or when you see a child covered in rubble in Gaza, or I don't know, when you see people getting their doors bolted shut in China. All of these individual things, upon processing them in your head, there is a knee-jerk empathy response, because we're all human. We're programmed to work that way. Problem is, all of these apps know that, and they've been built with the intention of milking that dry. And on top of that, the fact that we have real-life family, hopefully real-life friends, other people who may demand our empathy or request our empathy at any point in time, and we only have a certain amount to go around, very limited, very small amount to go around. That's why something that I've always preached is don't expect empathy over the internet, because on the internet everyone's burnt out of empathy. And people who claim to have empathy, the kind that never runs out, those people are almost always lying. Almost always. Sai, welcome to the Footstools. Thank you for becoming a member. I hope you enjoy your time here, and I hope you enjoy the emotes. It's still such an annoying topic to talk about. My comment was shadow blocked. Yeah, I have to dance around it as well, lest I be slapped with an algorithm penalty and a little blurb at the bottom of my VOD. Damn, I'm late. No, I am too, Azahara. Don't worry. This is not usual bedtime for me. I'm going past it so I can yap with you guys. Empathy seems to be a mechanism to allow us to share property so the greater community survives longer, and you can survive longer, but most empathy stuff nowadays has little to do with you. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Problem is, empathy is a liability when you can't actually influence the thing that you're feeling empathy for. And the problem is, on the internet, when you feel empathy for something, you almost always cannot actually influence it in some way. Even if you see, for example, your Oshi venting on Twitter about how their life is awful, what are you going to do? Donate an akasupa? Well, what if you're poor? Comment, oh, I hope you're doing better? Okay, what's that going to do? Like, yeah, it's going to make him feel better, but, well, if their situation is bad enough, it's not really going to do that much. So, at some point, if you ask for the empathy of your audience, yes, they will give it, mostly without hesitation. Problem is, at a certain point, that empathy will run out. And you won't know as a creator when your audience's empathy runs out, because it might be something that happens in their own individual lives. Maybe their pet dies, or maybe they lose a family member, or maybe they get fired from their job, and all of a sudden, all of the empathy that they might have been able to have is gone. You won't even know. So, sometimes throwing money at a problem makes it go away, I guess. No, that's absolutely true. But expecting that is a bit of a dangerous game to play. Lies are heading to a mental breakdown. See a lot of those, yeah. I got shadow banned. I said a no word. I wonder what you said, Azahara. Most empathy today is just performative and selective. I am reminded of your definition of woke. Yeah. That is indeed a problem, because I hope that at some point over the next few years, we stigmatize empathy in public discussion, in public places, or just in public discourse. Because the benefit of that is that empathy goes back to being something that you only express if you genuinely exhibit it, instead of being this thing that people want to wear on their sleeve and flex to others as if it's some sort of, as a sort of weird self-fellatory practice. If we stigmatize empathy as an emotional liability or an intellectual disability, hopefully people will stop trying to use it in a performative way. Charlie, thank you for the 5. Media used to be very deferential to government, especially in terms of war. Propaganda was more effective when legacy media was the only player. That's true. I would make the argument that media is still quite deferential to governments, to be honest. They might appear to be oppositional, but it's only they are only always oppositional when it comes to superfluous matters. They are very picky and choosy with what they choose to even talk about and what kinds of disagreements they're comfortable voicing. And if they ask, what can I do to get the reply engagement boost, but I didn't care enough to improve their life, so they repeat the problem months later, you feel empathetically taken advantage of. Yeah, exactly. See, the thing is, right, when people ask for your empathy, you are aware that it's a resource, because at the end of the day, when you run out of it, you feel bad. Or you feel, at the very least, you will feel numb. More often than not, you will feel bad. And you will progress towards feeling numb, even if you do start off feeling bad, I should say. And the thing is, right, creators, well, I do think that it's a very underrated thing for creators to be aware of, that every time they ask for empathy, they're asking for something that their followers only have in limited quantities. So that's why it's really important as a creator to avoid, where possible, breaking down completely in front of your audience, I feel. Using your audience as an emotional receptacle is not a very sustainable thing to do. You can do it a few times, sure, but every time you do it, you are going to be draining your audience of a resource that they only have a limited amount of. And you need to give them time to recharge, and that's assuming that you are even aware enough or calculating enough to take that into account prior to a breakdown. Which I think if that's the case, you have other problems at play. But the thing is, right, an underrated skill among creators is expressing when something has gone wrong to their audience, but still giving them a tiny bit of hope that you will be able to make it out just fine. If you say something like, oh, shit's falling apart in my life, but it's okay, I'll have it figured out in a little bit. Or shit's rough, but I'll get through it. Or just give them some little light of hope. Because the thing is, nobody likes bailing a ship by themselves, right? Nobody likes being the first one to try to fumble in the dark to light a match, because they don't want to risk getting burned themselves. Give somebody a flame that you've made yourself, and they will add to it with all the fuel in the world. But the first thing you need to do is give them that flame in the first place, no matter how small it is. Give them a little bit of light in the dark, right? Something that they can add to instead of something they need to start. That should be a quote, I think. Give your audience something to add to instead of something to start. I think that's a good mentality for a lot of creators to adopt, honestly. It's like people that constantly post about not being able to afford rent or groceries after a month. After the third month, you start caring. Yeah, exactly. Because, it's not my job to care about you, right? You can pretend. You can pretend to be kind enough to care about every single instance of somebody expressing that they're struggling. Kind enough to feel for them. But at the end of the day, it's just not humanly possible. I personally say that empathy won't solve the underlying issue, but helping people withstand those issues. Like healing someone who has a DOT effect in a very gamer brain way. No, yeah, I think that's a good comparison, Johnson. I think that's a good comparison. You can help them survive, but at the end of the day, the problem with empathy, right? The problem with relying on empathy as a solution rather than a band-aid is that you place the responsibility for solving your problems in the hands of somebody else. Because let's say, for example, that you are dealing with something, right? Dealing with an underlying problem, and you are relying on other people's empathy to keep you afloat throughout that problem. However, as a result, because receiving empathy from others mitigates, at least to some extent, the effects of the problem, you no longer feel the need to solve that problem. And as a result, that problem exists and that empathy remains to cancel each other out. However, the moment the source of that empathy runs out of empathy, all of a sudden you're now left there with the same problem that you had a while back, and you still haven't solved it. And that's why I think giving people empathy as a knee-jerk response when they express that there is a problem can sometimes be
a bit of a trap. Because to some extent, people need motivations to fix shit. And that may sound cruel and callous, but that's a fact. Humans are designed to conserve energy, just like any animal. And just because it's emotional energy doesn't mean it's not energy. So if we feel like we don't need to fix a problem, more often than not, we're not going to try to fix it. If we don't feel the effects of that problem, we're not going to try to fix that. If we don't feel pain, if we don't feel, bad in some way, we're probably not going to try to change our circumstances. That's why, even though shame is something that all of us avoid like the plague by nature, shame is also a very powerful motivator of actually fixing problems. I was brought up to show empathy/sympathy a shit ton, and I swear I've grown up tired after 20 years of being accommodating. Yeah. The thing is, right, when you are groomed as a child, and I use groomed very deliberately as a word because that's exactly what happens. When you are groomed as a child to default to expressing empathy indiscriminately, or to basically exhaust your own battery without any hesitation, when you become an adult, over time that builds up. Your overall capacity to retain empathy or to reserve empathy grows lower and lower over time the older you get. Because the problem with children is not all children are empathetic by nature. Very frequently, children can be very, very innocently cruel to one another. But the children who do have an innate capacity for empathy have a colossal amount of it. Their capacity for empathy regenerates extraordinarily rapidly. And as a result, when you combine children that have that innate capacity for empathy with, let's say, parents that exhibit a certain degree of neuroticism, who are going to be willing to manipulate those children to basically use their children as emotional crutches, that fucks up the child really, really badly, way into their development later on as an adult. There is nothing worse. Well, actually, it's a little bit of a hyperbole, but there are few things worse for a child than being used as an emotional crutch for their parents. But yeah, it's children are walking examples of me, and need to learn to care for others. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I do think that, ironically, kids that are put through awful experiences... Actually, no. I do think that a combination that needs to exist in order to foster empathy in a child is some combination of experiencing hardship but still being shown kindness or empathy by someone who is looking after them. Children need to feel protected while experiencing hardship. That's the magic combination to foster empathy in children. In other words, children need to feel fear. We need to bring back stories for children that teach them the value of fear, so that they don't need to actually experiencing things that cause fear in real life, hopefully. But I do think that in our modern day and age, as boomer as this may make me sound, children have very little things that pose... They have very little idea of what a tangible threat looks like. They have very little understanding of fear that isn't just an abstract concept, I suppose. So Asian education. Yeah, maybe that's my culture, my race speaking when I say that children need to learn fear. But objectively, fear is a healthy thing for children to learn early. Because through fear, you understand danger. Through danger, you understand safety. And on top of that, through danger, you also gain the capacity for empathy. Because if there's something you don't want to experience, it's not that much of a logical leap to assume that other people like you won't want to experience it either. And that's the foundation of empathy, I would say. One of the foundations of empathy. I spent all my money on skebs. Please give me rent money followers. Yeah, exactly. That's something I will. That's another reason why I think that VTubing as an industry is like this infinite money pit. Oh no, sorry, not money pit, money hole. Like Little Red Riding Hood, don't go out into the woods. There are creeps and wolves out there. Yeah, exactly. We need more stories about people dying, people going through horrible things, people being irreversibly changed or, hurt or mutilated or whatever, just so kids don't need to experience anything that's capable of doing that in real life. We need to bring back fairy tales and fables that are fundamentally fucked up when you read them as adults and are designed to strike fear into the hearts of children. We need a new Grimm. We need a new Grimm. I had that happen whenever I tried to discuss my feelings about my absentee father. My mother defaults to venting about him as a method of comfort while not talking about my personal issues. Man, I'm sorry to hear that you went through that. Something that is alarmingly common among, in my experience, single mothers in particular, is this weird kind of one-upmanship when it comes to emotional hardship or turmoil, where very often, at least from, anecdotal experience, they will mistake going through the same experience as their child as a way of affirming that child's experience. There is overlap between those two things, but they are not the same. And I do think that to some extent, and I say this from experience, when someone becomes a single parent, they do kind of become arrested in their own development as a person. Because it's so hectic to care for a child on your own without both parents there, that they don't really have time, for the most part, to sort of self-reflect, to examine their own behaviors, evaluate whether they're actually healthy for their kids. And so they end up doing these things that may feel good to them and which they assume to be good for the kids, but never really examine whether those two ideas are correlative. Are causative or not. So it is quite. I do hear this happening quite a lot with single moms. I don't hear about this quite as a lot with single dads. Although that may just be because I know fewer people with single dads. We need more messed up children's cartoons. Yeah, fairy tales do get overly sanitized, which defeats the purpose of the fairy tale. Because if you want your kids to grasp something horrible that is inevitable, like death, ideally you'd want them to be able to experience the concept of it, so that they, if only so they develop a deeper appreciation of life. In which case, ideally, you would do it in stories. You wouldn't do it in real life. I know that I have occasionally heard of some parents making the conscious decision to get their kids a pet just so they can learn the concept of death and loss. But I do think that stories is the more humane alternative in that case. I think it's best if less people ever go into Christian story. It needs to balance exposure to something they fear, something that they relax into. That's true. Grow up with a single mother. If you have a problem, it's nowhere near whatever they're going through. Yeah, it's the same trend. My mom is the best mom in the world. By the way, I won't anything else. It's just hard to discuss certain things. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, regardless of whether your mom, what flaws your mom had, she still managed to raise you, right? So I think the new Puss in Boots movie. Yeah, no, that's a great example, Noxon. The new Puss in Boots movie, unironically, a beautiful fable to show to children. A modern day fable. And it feels so weird to say Puss in Boots 2, sequel to Puss in Boots, spin-off from Shrek, is one of the best fables I've ever seen in recent memory. But it's unironically true. I genuinely think that Puss in Boots 2... Let me consider whether I actually want to say this out loud. I genuinely think that Puss in Boots 2 could potentially stand up there with stories like Little Red Riding Hood, or Sleeping Beauty, or what were some of the other ones? Jack and the Beanstalk as an all-time great. But yeah, doesn't work if they buy a new dog as soon as the old one dies to stop the kids from crying. The thing is, yeah, no, you're right about that, Reindeer. The problem is that, I mean, this is something I've seen way too often, where parents just don't want their kids to ever shed a single tear. The moment their child starts crying, the first thing that they can think about is, how quickly can I get this to stop? And I understand that. I understand that in the sense of, I understand why that's an instinctive desire. Because crying is bad, right? Crying means that they feel hurt. And you don't want your child to feel hurt. You love your child. But at the same time, there are some instances where I do think it's an underrated response to simply be there for your child, or even your loved one. This isn't something unique to children. Just be there for them until their emotion runs its course, instead of trying to push it towards a conclusion. And funnily enough as well, this is also the reason why I suspect women become really exasperated with men for simply providing solutions to problems when expressed. Because from what I've been told by women, it's mostly a desire to be what they... Half of the time when they express that they have a problem, or maybe even slightly more than half of the time, they tend to want someone to be there for them while they let the emotion run its course. Or even help them get to a point where the emotion can reach a weird kind of climax thing where it reaches a peak and then it falls and then diminishes. Oh man, my parents were all, yeah, you crying? Good, we can wait. That is... yeah, that's one way of interpreting what I just said, yeah. Oh, show that life fragile and easily broken, or even deceived on their life path. Yep. The new Puss in Boots movie is much needed proof that there are, in fact, people out there still capable of making good stories, doubly so with children as the target audience. Absolutely. The idea that children had to settle for worse stories or more simplistic stories was always a fucking lie. There's no way that... Well, the only time that you would make that assumption is if you were genuinely setting out to raise an imbecile. And to be honest, I'm actually quite convinced that that's what people are trying to do nowadays. Not people as in parents, but I do think that people who are in charge of schools are doing that. I wish they had used actual insults a child would have heard for perrito instead of bleeps. True. Another word, emotional dumps. Yeah. Instead of making a child happy, they should say it's okay to cry sometimes. That's true. It's true, I've heard too from women, they just want someone to listen, they don't want solutions. Yeah. It's that kind of weird interplay between, like, how much empathy do I give? Actually, no, this is a little bit of relationship advice in light of everything we've just talked about, with, empathy being a limited resource and the value of allowing emotions to run their course instead of trying to push them towards a conclusion. In a lot of ways, I do observe that in a lot of heterosexual relationships, the man in that relationship does tend to get treated a bit like an empathy battery, where there are occasions when the wife or the girlfriend has something happen to her and she wants to be able to exorcise the negative emotions that she experienced with the help of her boyfriend, husband. And as a result, you get into this scenario where eventually the man will learn, okay, don't instantly give solutions unless asked. And then it becomes an exercise in seeing how that battery of empathy is maintained and withdrawn from. And the thing is, if you exist in that kind of relationship, which is a normal kind of relationship, in my opinion, if you are a lady that exists in that kind of relationship, just as you can train your husband or boyfriend to give you that empathy instead of instantly trying to push your emotions towards conclusion via a solution, make sure that his empathy battery remains topped up. Because if that battery is low, he's going to be in problem-solving mode, and there's nothing you can do to stop that. There's nothing you can do to flip a switch or change the setting, if that's the case. Because at the end of the day, when we all run out of empathy, all we care about is getting rid of the problem as quickly as possible. So, Armchair, that part is exactly why I'm not enthusiastic to look for a relationship. That's fair enough. I think that men have the same emotional needs, but just tend not to mention it. That's true. That's true. If you answer wrong, you'll always be at fault. That's the dilemma. You never know what someone wants or solutions to be heard. Yeah. I will fix you. It is true that men have the same sort of emotional needs. That is the thing. I do think, though, that, and this is something I've talked about before, but I do get the impression that in society in general, in the West especially, men are heavily socialized to want to be self-sufficient, whereas women tend to be socialized to understand that you can rely on others. And that does leave gaps in terms of, the ability of most men to deal with challenges that you can't, challenges that you can't overcome through sheer competence or strength. Yeah, especially if they've gone through horrible stuff, they aren't going to have much empathy to give for a bad thing, or if the same bad thing happened to them multiple times. Yeah. The thing is about empathy is that it's a diminishing resource, where it diminishes faster when it is withdrawn for the same reason. It's pattern recognition. Eventually, as people, we recognize that if we are asked to attend to a problem and it isn't getting fixed, we are hardwired to want to just switch over to focusing on a different problem. It's just a thing in our brains. We can't really change that, so. Rugged individualism, men. Yeah, pretty much. Picking the solution instantly is somehow the wrong dialogue option. Yeah, and that creates a huge relationship gap. Men don't talk to women, and women don't talk to men. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. That's one of the problems that people are trying to solve. People are trying to solve to varying degrees of success. But pattern recognition, pattern recognize that you can't pattern recognize with your GF. Yeah, I mean, eventually you will. Eventually you will. Unless they're actively trying to be erratic, in which case it's over. It's over before it even began. There was one last thing that I wanted to talk about in this stream before I switched over to just reading out super chats from last stream. And that is the whole YouTube drama, with them going on another wave of rampages against random VTubers, or specifically random VTuber ASMR channels. With every day that passes, every one of these waves that happens, I look at VAllure and I have to wonder, what on earth were they cooking to be YouTube-centered talents while doing spicy content? They genuinely chose to engage in this industry on hard mode when it comes to their main streaming platform. Like on Twitter, I'm sure they all have it easy because it's Twitter. But on YouTube, holy shit, this career path that they've chosen is about as safe as being a lesbian in Arcane. It's insane how often YouTube will fuck you over for just breathing into the microphone. If they detect the letters and numbers 3DIO, you are fucked. They have 10 billion bots combing over every millisecond of your VODs or videos, just waiting for the chance to shoot you in the back of the head. They should join Brave Group with how much courage the CEO must have. Oh, man. You know, when you talk about women that have balls, I think VLure are women who have balls, if you know what I mean. The YouTube ban thing started just as they debuted, more or less. Yeah, exactly. That's insane. Wait, what is the 3DIO? Oh, it's just a name for the fancy ear microphones that ASMR artists tend to use. Analogy, Lamel. No, seriously, look back through Arcane, see how many characters are confirmed as lesbian, and then keep track of every single time that they are beaten up, threatened with death, heavily injured, mauled, on the brink of death, or actually outright just die. It's a alarmingly high proportion. Stronny is great. Yeah, Stronny is that woman is tough as nails. The schlorp mic. That is certainly one way of putting it, yes. I wonder what Arcane meant by that. I wonder. But yeah, so essentially recently what has been going on is you've had another wave of YouTube bans. Cottontail VA got her channel banned. Then after her ASMR channel got banned, every other channel got banned. Except for her main one, I presume, because it wasn't named here. At this point, I'm convinced that getting a channel banned on YouTube is the equivalent of being shot with a poisoned arrow, because it's only a matter of time until every other one of your channels is taken down as well, for whatever bullshit reason that YouTube cooks up. Mornington Armchair BFE when? I'll keep that as a donathon goal if at any point in the future I feel like doing one is a good idea. But besto friendo experience, yes. The thing is, though, and this is something that I realized while I was reading through this happening. Remember when I did the last stream that I did on YouTube, the way that they train their bots to, moderate their platform, look for things to ban, etc., etc. When we last went through that, one of the things that we talked about was how with YouTube, its moderation system is essentially self-training, in that when it's fed enough offensive material, it starts to look for tropes in that offensive material and then goes back out onto the rest of the website and starts looking for similar material accordingly. This is the reason why, at some point in time, the word auntie was demonetized on YouTube, in addition to other words like restaurant, for example. And that got me thinking, because previously I'd only thought about that in reference to, what about, sure, probably, when one genre of content starts getting heavily demonetized or targeted by YouTube, that means every other bit of content that has even tangential or superficial similarities to whatever has been taken down will start getting taken down as well. But then I realized, hold on, that also applies to content that people are uploading onto the site, but it takes down preemptively before they even get views. So this is a rat, 100%, unsupported by any hard evidence, We don't have any sort of in at YouTube that would confirm or deny this as a thing that could happen. But if that is how the YouTube moderation bots train themselves, hypothetically, you could affect the things that the bots look for, not just by reporting the material that currently exists on YouTube, but by repeatedly uploading violative material to YouTube as well. Because, at least in theory, if you keep uploading violative material to YouTube, the bots will take that down automatically, but as they take it down, they'll start looking for tropes in the material that you uploaded, and then start scanning the website for similar material that follows the same tropes. Again, purely hypothetically. Something else that I noticed about Cottontail in particular is that she has an extensive history of making or participating in NSFW projects, NSFW media projects outside of YouTube, whether that be Newgrounds, whether that be a fan, I don't know if she has a Fansly or something similar. I know that plenty of other VTubers who do ASMR have a Fansly, for example, where they upload content that is extremely, suggestive, sexual, outright, gagging on cock ASMR, right? However, hypothetically, if someone were to download those videos or audios or something similar and start mass uploading that onto YouTube, hypothetically, if there is enough of a similarity or pattern between certain segments of the videos that are being uploaded that are just blatant violative material and other parts of videos that currently exist on the platform, it might be possible for the algorithm to start picking up on those videos that currently exist on the platform as violative material as well. So, in theory, if a bunch of people who watched Cottontail's material over the years that are, more pornographic, more explicit, then download them and started trying to upload them onto YouTube, technically there would be a massive portion, relatively speaking, of YouTube's bots' violative content database that is just variations of Cottontail breathing heavily, moaning, whatever. So, perhaps that is a possibility. And I can see that happening with a bunch of other content that other VTubers, not even just VTubers though, ASMR artists might make. And the problem is that is a rat that's impossible to ever prove. Because to do that, we'd have to first get confirmation that YouTube's bots train themselves based off of content that they delete before it ever makes its way onto actually, getting a single view on the website. And two, we need to be able to have some way of finding out what people have been uploading to YouTube while no one's ever seen it. Both of which are, in my opinion, impossible. So, for all intents and purposes, this is just an unsubstantiated rat. But it was a thought that occurred to me while I was looking through this particular situation as a possibility. Yeah, so intentionally poisoning the training model, Reindeer. Exactly. Time to take down Mr. Beast. Let's abuse or test this theory. Yes, accurate. She had an OnlyFans or something similar. Okay. Yeah. I suspected so, but... Scarling, thank you for the 2. Happy New Year to you too. Happy New Year to you too. All rats are true. Imagine Pan Piano gets flagged for the thumbnails and the bots decide piano noises are forbidden. Honestly, with the way that YouTube's bots are organized, I wouldn't say that's out of the question. Damn, I didn't know that YouTube was a freak like that. Cultured bots. Does that mean if someone makes NSFW meme out of it, it's possible to ruin someone's career? I think if you upload enough in terms of sheer volume, then it would be. But you need to be able to get sheer volume going first, That's the hardest part of it. That's why I would assume. That's why I consider that as a possibility when it comes to Cotton's particular case. Because one, I mean, at least if I'm taking her at face value here when she says that there was nothing in the ASMR that was violative according to YouTube's guidelines, that's me believing her, first of all, that, you know, she's not misrepresenting it in any way. But the second thing is, she's also been active on the internet for a hell of a long time. She's been voice acting for quite a while as well. So in theory, there is enough material for there to be a build-up of volume over the course of multiple years. Which is why I think that it's a possibility. Not guaranteed, not even necessarily likely. But I think it's a possibility. And that's just my personal rat. If I recall correctly, Twitter removes tweets from the recommendation algorithm the user starts promoting their Patreon. Maybe YouTube does the same if their links contain OnlyFans, fans, etc. I can see that. I can see videos getting, you know, suppressed by the algorithm. What I don't see, though, is videos getting struck for that, because I don't think that YouTube does that. Don't think that those intimately familiar with Cotton work would upload straight to YouTube, but over the years it might have just accumulated. Yeah, exactly. That's why I only thought of that when I was looking at Cotton specifically, as opposed to some of the other people who have been struck by YouTube for doing ASMR over the course of this year. But yeah, I'm willing to believe Cotton that her ASMR wasn't inherently sexual, but has the mouth sounds might get flagged. Yeah. I mean, YouTube hates people who have to breathe, so that's kind of rough for literally all of us. But especially rough if you own a 3DO microphone, apparently. What was the other thing? Oh, yeah, for some reason on Christmas, YouTube decided to return a bunch of the channels that they'd previously struck. Cotton's was luckily one of them. I believe that the prawn VTuber, was it prawn or shrimp? I think it was prawn. Prawn VTuber Ebiko, who does ASMR content, also had a channel removed. And once she threatened legal action, mysteriously YouTube managed to reinstate her channel, which was quite funny to see unfold on Twitter. But I foresee that in the near future, the meta will emerge where anyone who does any sort of ASMR content will default to threatening YouTube with legal action when something goes wrong with their channel. And I can see VTuber corpos eventually getting to the point where they may or may not consider retaining a permanent legal team to just make sure that YouTube doesn't arbitrarily strike their talents. So, yeah. Oh yeah, Ebby? Yeah. They hate mouth breathers, yeah. Not even mouth breathers, just people opening or closing their mouths in general. Ah, yes, Christmas Miracle. I don't think it's anything of the sort, but yeah. Yep, she's a shrimp, if I recall. Ah, okay, I see. People who have segs also breathe. Thus, breathing is a sexual act and is banned on YouTube. Unironically, that's probably the logic that the bots run with, so yeah. Pan Piano, I actually unsubbed from her. The screens were so gratuitous. Yeah. I mean, it gets to a certain point where you might as well just watch porn, right? Honestly, don't need to just mail a template lawsuit threat from the first legal hiring. True. It is a little unfortunate, though, that the only way of communicating with YouTube seems to be Twitter or legal action. Oh, what these platforms have come to. Oh yeah, there's one other case. Kana Yanagi from PixelLink. I have no idea what's going on with PixelLink with their current situation. I think it looks like it's blown over, but I guess we'll see over the next month or two. But Kana got a video removed because of Japanese automatopoeia. Now, the thing is, this was one of the instances of something that I talked about in the previous ASMR stream I did, where I said that it was going to be important for companies going forward to start keeping their fingers on the pulse of developing trends in ASMR. Because, like we established, bots ban in waves, they discriminate based on trends, and as a result, if one genre or one trope in ASMR starts getting targeted by bots, regardless of which section of YouTube you're on, which region in the world you are located in, the bots will start looking for that same trope in all ASMR past that point. Now, the thing about Japanese automatopoeia, pia, I forget which way is the correct way of saying it. Apparently, people have been screwed over for using Japanese automatopoeia in their ASMRs before, which is what makes this. I think this would have been something that should have been picked up earlier on by hopefully some member of management or maybe even the talent at Pixellink. So this acts as a little bit of a stark reminder to most people that if you operate on YouTube, if you do ASMR specifically, onomatopoeia, I see. If you operate on YouTube, you do ASMR content specifically, you always want to keep up with what are the current trends in your content genre. And on top of that, not even just the common trends, what are the common trends that are being targeted by YouTube's algorithm? Because if they start targeting one trend, that means that if you make content that has even similarities to that trend, you are at risk as well. So if you see people getting banned for onomatopoeia, maybe consider refraining from doing that in your own content. If you see people getting banned for tapping on the microphone with acrylic fingernails, then same sort of thing. Avoid doing that in your own ASMR videos, etc., etc. Now, I don't think that in this particular case, Kana would be in any position to sort of scout that out because, let's be honest here, it's kind of unintuitive. Most people wouldn't think to have to constantly be checking back with what other peers doing a similar content thing to them are doing out of fear for getting fisted by YouTube's bots. But unfortunately, we are in a sort of improvise, adapt, overcome-esque environment over here. YouTube doesn't care about its creators. YouTube doesn't give a shit about any of us. So we're basically just going to have to go toe-to-toe with their bots and hope for the best. Scarly Michael Ora, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 10 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy your time here. Ugh. I can feel my throat getting scratchy. Give me a second. Drac basically just looking out. Basically not just looking out for trends of what to make content of, but what not to make content of. Exactly. You need to do both, especially if you do ASMR content on YouTube. You really are living life on hard mode if you choose to do that. All the more respect to you. Although I wish you luck with your channel. The closest thing that I can envision to a VTuber union as the industry currently exists right now is some sort of mutual treaty or agreement across a whole bunch of VTubers that if one of them gets a video struck down by YouTube, the others will agree to just retweet and retweet, reply to, or quote their posts at YouTube. Because unfortunately, this is the only way we can get through to an alleged human being at YouTube when it comes to moderation. So, here, damn, Guerilla stream going for 4 hours. Fuck, you're right. I need to wrap this up. All right. So, yeah, some ASMR I get, but most of these quote-unquote ASMRs are sometimes just phone sex. Yeah. Although I will say, because I have had to watch one of Kana's ASMRs before as part of, research, but like unironically, I don't think her ASMR is pornographic. Though that being said, apparently some of the Japanese onomatopoeias are inherently lewd or something. Maybe that's why YouTube's bots hate them, because they've been live streamed in conjunction with lewd content on screen. So they've started picking up that there's a correlation between the two. But that's just conjecture on my part. I would recommend doing a live stream with ASMR and stream on it as well, on Rumble as well. Delete the YouTube VOD immediately after stream. See, that's the thing, right? You don't know if you want to do that because YouTube, immediately after you press end stream, they already know if they're going to demonetize you, or almost immediately afterwards, potentially, in some cases. They already know if they're going to demonetize you. I've had videos copyright claimed or demonetized within less than half an hour after clicking end stream. And the thing is, if YouTube gives you a strike for something, it doesn't matter if you have the video deleted or not. The strike's still going to be there. In fact, all deleting the video does once you get a strike for it is remove your ability to appeal the strike in the platform using its functions. So I don't really recommend that. Some of Sheena's ASMR is top tier comfort. Unfortunately, I am part of the group of people that is apparently genetically incapable of enjoying ASMR. So while I have no doubt that Sheena sounds lovely, I don't think I'm going to be able to check that one out. Just came when you're wrapping the stream up. YouTube didn't notify me. Yeah, and YouTube's notification system is scuffed. But yeah, one last thing. So here we have it. Appeal denied. 3-month strike on my channel. One thing that Kana ended up finding out, apparently, this is just unconfirmed, right? But this final paragraph of her tweet where she was talking about giving up on trying to appeal this specific YouTube video, she says, quote, "Even after that, I'll be changing up how I approach ASMR on YouTube. From March 23rd and onwards, I'll probably only do hand cam ASMR on YouTube, if/when ASMR streams there, since that seems to be the only way to prove that the ASMR content is without doubt actually say so, / not in violation of the guidelines, which raises a pretty interesting possibility. Perhaps the reason why VTubers are so overrepresented when it comes to ASMR videos getting taken down is because they're using a VTuber model." It sounds so stupid to say out loud. YouTube can't actually verify that their hands are on the table, and as a result, when there is any sound that sounds even remotely sexual, they assume that they must be jacking themselves off. So, my only conclusion, therefore, and I think this is the conclusion that Kana might have reached as well, there is a possibility that one of the ways that you can make it so that the bots are less incentivized to strike your channel for making a suspicious noise, or maybe make it easier for appeals to go through, is by actually doing a hand cam in conjunction with your ASMR, so that YouTube can see what you are doing. Now, it's just so funny to think about how maybe, just maybe, the thing that the bots are looking for is the better keep your hand above the table meme. But, yeah. Jane Doe, they do if you label it educational. See, that's the thing. I don't want people to abuse the education label because that's what I use for my streams. And I think I'm willing to make the argument that when I use it on my streams, I use it in good faith. The problem is, if that label gets abused, it becomes meaningless, so the bots basically just ignore it going forwards. And I don't want to lose my educational content label, because it would mean that I can no longer say shit and fuck as an educational way of illustrating my point when I'm trying to teach a concept to you guys. And that would be quite sad, because being Australian is indeed a speech impediment, where you have to use an expletive every few sentences. I still maintain that the swear word with 4 letters that starts with C and ends with T being an auto-demonetized word is discrimination against Australians. But that's an issue for another day. Scarly, thank you for the 2. Lewd content is not prawn. YouTube allows lewd, right? Yeah, well, it's a bit of a coin toss, to be honest. But apparently they allow some lewd content. But yeah, you say the C word very little for an Australian. That's because I'm containing myself. That's because I'm restraining. Well, I flipped around the different figures of speech. I am restraining myself. I'm keeping my power level contained. So yeah. Yup. Oh yeah, fun fact. There was a guy who was in my chat a few streams back called Leet YOLO Swag. And because I didn't know what his name was, I didn't know how to pronounce it with all the symbols in it. So I just pronounced it phonetically. And you can imagine how swag being spelt SV, if you said that in a certain way, might sound like a slur. And I was going through that stream VOD and I was looking through it and I realized it'd been demonetized almost instantly after I ended stream. And I was racking my brain to try and figure out what might have caused it to happen. Because I know I didn't swear that much during that stream. I know I wasn't talking about anything too controversial. And the only when I was combing through the entire VOD and I got to that particular point in the VOD did I realize, shit, it's because I'm Australian, isn't it? But yeah, I imagine you being like that meme of the guy with a very veiny face. Yeah, that's me. That's me. That's me every single time I hit go live, and I have to keep my eye on the time to make sure 10 minutes have gone by before I actually start using words. He made me a Rie approves. Oh, I genuinely don't understand how Rie and Leah just they survive on this platform. It's insane. Actually, like trying to steal a precious artifact from a museum that's guarded by all those like laser point guard traps or whatever in those movies. But yeah. It's the Swedish word for weak. Ah, I see. Only 1% of us Australians true power on this stream. Never underestimate an Australian's ability to use expletives. We are actually quite good at it, believe it or not. Aussies are just built different, I guess. You kind of have to be if you want to live in this, if you grow up in this environment. But yeah. Thanks for tuning into the stream, guys. I'm going to be switching over to the abduction screen while I read the super chats from the last stream that we did on Hololive. Thanks for showing up for this, Guerilla. I hope you enjoyed your time. I hope you found this entertaining. I didn't really intend for it to be really that educational. It was mostly just me talking about a bunch of random stuff in an unscripted, unprepped manner. But this was nice. This was fun for me. I hope it was enjoyable for you too. Every time I go through this spiel at the end of the stream, I do it because I mean it every time. But every time afterwards, when I'm reviewing the VOD, it strikes me as if it's kind of like that post-coitus pillow talk that you engage in. Well, no, not pillow talk, but that kind of post-coitus, oh, I hope it was good for you too, honey-esque kind of sentiment, which I do find to be quite funny. But yeah, I do hope you guys enjoyed this stream. Showing up when you did as unannounced as it was prior. Highly enjoyable. I'll stick around for the super reading, why not? Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone who keeps me company while I do this stuff. I need to get a different placeholder thumbnail. I think I might turn this into a running joke where every single time every single time I choose to do a Guerilla stream, I'll find a different Guerilla chair on Google Images and just steal that to use in the thumbnail. I think that's the way. That's the way to go forward here. What is that analogy? Apologies. I did enjoy the pillow talk. Thank you. Gem and love, Morlington love. Hold on, let me scroll to the bottom of the list. Okay, there we go. Now we found it. Can't wait for tomorrow. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, boss. Oh, Scarling, you've been wishing me Happy Holidays on time every single time I've had a stream on. I really appreciate it, buddy. Mercurius 10-hour stream coming up. Let's go, man. We were 1 hour 2 minutes off from that. Insane. You can call me what you like, Sherman. I think I read that already. Where's the feet pics? Oh yeah, Billy, you had your you were beaten to the punchline by Artemis last stream. Oh shit, Vivian, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships, you absolute gigachad. Welcome to the 20 new footstools. That's another placeholder emote I'm going to have to make a note to put into my my membership section after this stream. Man, we're going to have so many galactic woes in the emoji roster by the end of this month. Oh, my roster's uoing faster than I can add new emotes. It's quite funny. At this rate, it's going to be more uo than chair. Because August, thank you for the 2. A boyfriend clutching pearls. Oh, yeah, this was about the Mono Alloway thing. Do they know what a succubus is? Yeah, such is the cost of idle activities, I suppose. Scarlet, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Holy shit. I guess all of you are pushing for total woe domination in the emoji roster. Welcome to the 10 new footstools. I hope you enjoy the various emotes that we have ready. Very based, very based. Thank you, Billy Oki. Thank you for the 298. They broke her kneecaps. Indeed, they did. Blade, thank you for the 10. Holo preventing damage is much better than what Niji did. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because at least they helped out the talents they admit when they cocked something up. Makiris, thank you for the 2. For some lemon tea for your voice. I appreciate that. Right now, I'm still sticking to a strict diet of hot water, but at some point, maybe I should try spicing it up with lemon. Actually, yeah, funny thing. I think I've brought this up on stream before, but actually, could I get a show of hands on how many people in chat actually enjoy eating sour stuff? I'm very curious to see how many of you guys actually enjoy that flavor. Because I personally, I love sour stuff. Sour is I think sour might just be my favorite flavor, with salt as second. Me, I know what? That's just tea armchair. True. The woes will make people think this is a blue archive channel. Me winding around me. Okay, quite a lot of people actually. Hold on. Based. No, not by itself. That's understandable, Super Knight. Sometimes I enjoy it a bit, but not too much. Me. Oh, Scarling Michael already. Me. I eat whole lemons. Lemon, lime, and salt. Based. You know, apparently, this is something I've been told about. It's something my grandmother told me when I was still in school. Apparently, it's a Chinese superstition that if you really enjoy sour as a flavor, especially if sour is your favorite flavor, that's supposed to mean that you are a jealous lover. Now, I don't know what that says about all of you, but apparently that's a thing. That's an Asian trait. That explains why there are so many traditionalists among the Asian cultures. You would enjoy salt and lemon candy. I would. That sounds like an excellent combination. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know exactly how the correlation works either, but apparently it's a thing, so I have a lot of jealous lovers in my fan base, apparently. You gotta check Mexican candy, all kinds of sour are there. I hope to one day, I hope to. Fuck, we got bamboozled. You heard him chat. Let him catch you in other streamers' chats. Yeah, the spreadsheet's getting made any minute now. Chatty hates us. Nah, don't worry, it's okay. It's alright. I will do some soul searching. This is surely the insightful commentary that you regularly tune into this channel for. Makiris, thank you for the 5. Semiotics, PTSD flashbacks to literary criticism lectures. Yes. Drinking game, I think I read that one out already. Hashiria, R32, thank you for the 5. Canadian, Trade Wars, not to be confused with Treb Wars. JV Robogata, thank you for the 125 pesos, yet the branch includes members outside of the mainland. Oh, I think this is talking about the China branch. Are you gonna drop a Google Doc on chat? You know, I'm still waiting to see an instance of a VTuber choosing to graduate and then proceeding to drop a Google Doc on every single member of their chat. I feel like that would be something new. That would be Google Doc innovation that I don't think we've quite seen on Twitter as of yet. But yeah, Kaneko armchair. I fucking wish. J. Robert God, thank you for the 50 pesos. He's now considered the canary in the mines. Yes. Thank you for the 50 pesos again. Should that rage be directed at Google? Almost certainly. Blade, thank you for the 10. Props to Kirikoko if it wasn't for... Oh, I've already read that out. Witness Void, I already read that one out. West Taiwan, gotta chill. That was a good one, Billy. That was a good one. West Taiwan, gotta chill for 5. Jay, no, thank you for being a member for 4 months. Would you do a stream on running a VTuber company? Now, I would need someone with more experience in running companies than I myself possess. But I can certainly assemble a few streams on how not to run a VTuber company. I would be very curious. See, the thing is, right, the problem is finding a CEO that's willing to talk to me. Because understandably, my brand can be a little radioactive. I need to find a CEO that is willing to talk to me, but is also not the head of a company that is either dying or dead. And that is very difficult in VTubing at the moment. Because, I'm going to be honest, I can name, like 7, 6, maybe 8 CEOs, VTuber CEOs off the top of my head. And the overwhelming majority of them are CEOs of dead companies. So that's a little awkward. But talking to Sakana would unironically be the dream. If he would ever be willing to talk to me while having full knowledge of what my channel is about. At some point, maybe. Maybe after I reach 10k subs. But... man, interviewing Sakana would be fascinating. I would love to get some insight into how that mind works. Because from what I've seen of the old Phase Connect ads that were posted onto Reddit and such, holy shit, did that look like an absolute scam. The talents weren't kidding when they talked about how dodgy the Phase Connect Gen 1 ads were. But, yeah, no, I'd love to know from his perspective exactly what he was thinking when he came up with Phase, or how he decided on the marketing for Phase and how that evolved past first gen. I might be able to get you in touch with Captain from Prison Project. I'll let you know. Morlington, I will warn you, I don't know if Captain would want to talk to me after the next stream that I do. I don't know if Captain is going to be willing to speak to me. Although I'm sure speaking to him would also be a fascinating exercise, but for quite a different reason to why speaking to Sakana would be a fascinating exercise. The initial ad had a comment calling Sakana out. Lamau. I'm still eagerly awaiting the moment where Mumi shows up for a stream at some point. Just with Phase in general. Morlington, is it about Anilive? Yes, but also Prism Project. Actually, for everyone who's still in chat, a little bit of a linguistic hack for understanding Silicon speak. When someone says that they've completed an exit, it means that they have quit a business while getting paid to quit a business. That's basically all it means. More often than not, what an exit means is they've created an organization or a startup or something or other. They don't have any sort of long-term investment or attachment to it, and they were just trying to get it to become an appealing enough product to essentially hot potato it into someone else's hands. That's what people mean in C-suite jargon when they talk about making an exit. So if you encounter someone who's trying to start a business, let's say in VTubing, and not only do they advertise themselves proudly as an entrepreneur, but you look through their history and you see a lot of them making exits, yeah, that's a sign that whatever business they're trying to start is not going to be something they care about long term. So, yeah. Is it about NIJISANJI? Absolutely. Well, yeah. I read that already. I might be able to reach out to someone, Armchair? Ooh, how intriguing. Actually, yeah, Lord Umbra, who would you be able to, if you're comfortable sharing that in chat? If not, then maybe email me or DM me on Twitter or something. Sundara used to be the Sad Girl Company, then just transferred over to FaZe. I thought it was always FaZe that was the Sad Girl Company. I mean, when Dizzy said it originally, she meant her own company, but I mean, it just ended up being picked up as FaZe. If you ever need any help with the Prism stuff, I've interviewed some of the talents for info what it was like there. I appreciate it. I appreciate the offer. I will probably end up using it at some point down in the future. Because, man, it is depressing how much of a smorgasbord I have when it comes to picking a 2024 failure when it comes to VTubing corpos and the way that they are managed. Oh yeah, no, I know that quite a few FaZe talents have migrated over from Sundaria. Yeah, was it Aviel who used that term for idol? Absolutely. You've gotta love it when you cock up running a company, when you fail to balance its books, when you piss off its talents, and then you get to wash your hands of the entire thing, and while declaring that you've successfully made an exit. Fuck's sake. Blade, thank you for the 10. This is also sadly the cutoff for the CN branch from its talents, Billy and drama. Ian looking at CN as with the anger that we do. I don't know about JP, but knowing the EN side is kind of an internet war for Hololive. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it lost still to this day. It lasted up until Kobo went up back to Billy as well. So far, I don't think I've heard a peep out of Billy, but it seems like, well, I mean, it seems like the transition's gone smoothly, but we shall see. With Fox, the instrument. Oh, I think I read that out already. Mercurius thinking for the 2 emergency idol meeting. What was that in reference to? I can't recall at the moment, even though I can recall most other things. Right, Bond Live exploded just before New Year's. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on with Bond Live. I'm not going to lie, I don't know what the fuck is going on with the talent statements either. I'm not... Their statements have been extraordinarily inconsistent with one another. Their heads need to roll in upper management of Bond Live, but also apparently, from what I've heard, there have only been 2 facts that have seemingly unanimously been agreed upon by the talents that are speaking up about this. And that is that a manager essentially threatened to take their own life, or attempt to take their own life, one of the 2. And that this manager, prior to them taking that particular, or making that particular decision, had been doxxed by a minor that was trying to pass as a talent. And it's aside from those 2 things, everything else is an inconsistent, incoherent mess. Because there is no unity between the statements. And I did make a post about this. I think Mizu from Under the Tea replied to this post, and one of the replies that he left was that for some reason or other, the talents don't seem to be... They either can't or won't get together to make a single cohesive statement. And, I mean, if that's the case, you've got a tough time ahead of you trying to get the story out there in an accurate manner. You're basically fighting an uphill battle, so... Yeah, this minor faked their age, yeah. I'm not going to lie, that minor needs to receive some form of consequences from somewhere. I don't think their identity in terms of their username, in terms of their VTuber identity, should be kept hidden. Because this is a liability to the entirety of the rest of the VTubing industry. Because this is someone who has proven that they are willing to forge their own ID in order to get into spaces they shouldn't be. In my opinion, this should not be someone who's handled with kid gloves, pardon the pun. Their VTuber identity should be made public knowledge, in the interests of safety and security for everybody else. And, I mean, obviously the best case scenario is that they're disciplined by their parents for doing this to somebody. But, I mean, if they're at the point where they're willing to do this, I don't think their parents are going to be much good. So, yeah. They ask for drama too. Yeah, no, I saw on their post almost every single initial statement where the talents were coming out to talk about the situation, they also accompanied it with some sort of preemptive warning or moral mandate asking people to not cover it, or not to not cover it, but not to make content out of it, which is, I'm not going to lie, it's a little naive, because the constraints of the medium that we're using to talk to one another makes it inevitable that in trying to cover something, we are always automatically, regardless of whether we want to or not, going to be making content out of it, in the sense that we are going to be making a product that is designed to be consumed for the sake of passing on information to an audience. It's not going to be a private communication. That's what makes a content. And something about the way that they were just saying, you know, there were a lot of them that were saying, oh, I'm going to be keeping an eye on how people cover this situation going forward. And I'm going to be honest. And this was going on at the same time that a lot of them were talking about how they would be really grateful if people signal boosted their message. That tells me, that makes it sound like they want this story to go no further than Twitter, I'll be honest. Because it sounds like all they want people to do is reply, retweet, and quote, and that's it. But, I mean, if you want people to signal boost your stuff, it's generally not a good idea to start declaring things like, oh, we're keeping an eye on you, you better not fuck up. Because the problem is, even if that comes out of a good, you know, even if that comes out of an altruistic desire to make sure that your friends have their stories accurately relayed to a wider audience, that creates the implication that any mistake that you make when reporting is going to be chalked up to negligence or malice. And the problem is, if those are the stakes to touching the story, especially at this point in time where for some reason the talents can't or refuse to come out with a cohesive statement across the bunch of them, and all people have to work off of are disjointed and at times inconsistent reports of what's going on, why would any honest creator touch this story with a 10-foot pole? The stakes are simply too high. The stories are simply too disjointed, and the accounts are not unified enough for verification. As a result, I mean, if you want the story to be signal boosted, and you also want people to report on it accurately, friendly little bit of advice to people who want a story to be picked up by other content creators: if you want to make sure they stick to a standard of accuracy and faithfulness and honesty, don't announce it preemptively, keep it as a conviction internally, and correct them if they stray. Critique functions far better than something preemptive because it is specific. It avoids making sweeping generalizations that may end up intimidating or alienating people who would have otherwise worked as perfectly capable signal boosters of whatever your message is. So, in the future, I do think that I suspect a lot of the Bond Live talents might be on the younger side, which is why they may not be aware that this is, probably what they are currently doing is probably not in their best interests if their aim is to get the story out to as many people as possible. But hopefully in the future, this is a mistake that other people don't make as well when they're hoping to get a story covered, so. Why would any creator care what they have to say either? Tell them to piss off. Yeah, pretty much. I get it, it's bad drama. Exactly, Blue Canary, exactly. Drama that doesn't have, well, it has a clear victim, but it doesn't have a clear perpetrator, and doesn't have much chance as a result of enforcing consequences and reaching a satisfying conclusion. Because, thankfully, it has been confirmed by other people on the scene that the manager that threatened to take his own life is indeed still okay. He's still well, he's still alive, he's being observed by his friends, which is honestly best case scenario. However, for some reason, the talents are refusing to name, well, actually, I suspect this might be something contractual, but the talents are refusing to name both the minor that supposedly doxed this manager, and they all claim that there was internal bullying going on in the company, but as of right now, there are no suggestions as to where that bullying may come from. Because there was a live stream in which the talents involved claimed that management was not to blame for the situations, while among several of the other statements, talents seem to be implying that upper management, at the very least, is heavily to blame for the situation. So, again, a little bit of a mess. I'm certainly not even going to be considering trying to, actually dissect it until the dust settles a little bit more. And I suspect that quite a few other content creators are going to be feeling the same way. Because, I mean, as of right now, the stakes do seem to be more high than they're worth. And we can let the situation resolve since there's no longer a threat to anybody's life. The victim was releasing info to the internet is like a drop of ink in a glass of water, irreversible once started. Yeah. Too often what I see people don't understand is once you release something publicly, especially on the internet and especially on social media, you relinquish all control over who gets to pick up that story. When you tell a story, that story is no longer yours. It belongs to whoever listened to it and whoever is capable of telling it thereafter. Sure, that may be you, but it might also be your listeners as well. And no one has a monopoly over stories. Because stories are designed to be shared. And once you share them, you lose your ability to keep them to yourself. It can get... I do suspect that it may just turn out to be an Archeo Air-esque situation, but it's hard to judge because so many people are insisting on keeping things behind closed doors. And what they do send out to the public is, it more sounds like a cry for empathy than an actual description of what happened or what went wrong, more often than not. It doesn't give any sort of... a lot of the statements don't give any sort of indication as to who exactly is to blame for what is going on. So, as a result, it tends to be really messy and complicated, which already makes it an inherently difficult topic to engage in, an inherently difficult discussion to have. But like I said, it's even tougher by virtue of the fact that the talents aren't cohesive in their statements, and that apparently there's some sort of reason as to why they can't be. What was the Archeo Air incident? Essentially, gross mismanagement, internal bullying, practically everything you can think of that could go wrong with a poorly run company, except maybe talent management fraternization. And if the victims are seen as naive and annoying, there isn't enough catharsis for good drama. Yes, exactly. But if my private info gets leaked on the internet, I still have a right to get that info not shared anymore. Thing is, that's true. But that right goes out the window the moment it's you sharing that information on the internet. That's the thing, right? I know VTubers that successfully stopping things that they said on stream from being shared. That's true, but it's usually because they have to act quickly and fast. And if someone actually wanted to fight that, they probably could, depending on what exactly it is being shared. Oh yeah, Akio Air tried to hire a minor and then things blew up for them. Yes. Blade, thank you for the 5. Tazumi Riku, but we all know that didn't work. I think this was a reference to Yagu's handling of some of the prior controversies that Hololive went through. Zvezda, thank you for the 5. RTR is called the Judas of Hololive for a reason. Yep. Mercurius Olcus, thank you for the 2. Are they trying to get back into China now? Yeah, they were. Back in, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, I think it was April? Maybe May. But yeah, Kobo ended up going back to Bilibili. I think she was the first to start streaming there again, although I could be wrong about that. I really love when VTubers get mad at DramaTubers for reporting on them screeching loudly. Yeah, I also find that to be quite funny. Unfortunately, people don't seem to... Like Morlington said before, the old laws of the internet that people were taught back in the 2000s seem to be long dead and gone. And that's really been to the detriment of everyone except for those who refuse to engage. Everyone's become a court jester, and only half of them seem to realize that. Blade, thank you for the 5. I'm just assuming that from the CN fan base, because it is Holo CN, probably they regretted it in a way, but it's still the same. Felt sorry. I don't know if they are still active. I think China still has Hololive fans, and I do think that all the non-nationalist, non-anti ones were probably sad to see Holo China shut down and Hololive leave China. But I mean, well, the more things change, the more they stay the same. I'm sure they're back for more Hololive now that Hololive is back on Bilibili. I'm going to light a firebang on pots and pans and they expect no one to talk about it. Morlington is an old man, is mad at the youngun's naivety. I do think being mad at naivete stems from a desire to protect your fellow man. I think that while it may sound bad, it is very understandable if you are irritated by naivete that ends up causing harm to the person who exhibits said naivete. JV Robogado, thank you for the 125 pesos. Iris being a symbol of hope has helped her slip right inside council. I see. Blade, thank you for the 5. It's a level of chuny that's so cool in concept. Still, I feel like Omega Alpha is canon for me. Fair enough. You are entitled to find Omega Alpha to be a cool concept. Viju was screeching at DramaTubers for reporting about them screeching, and the lack of self-awareness is astounding. Yes, I feel bad for these poor people. They need an education. You get angry because you expect someone to be better. Yeah, exactly. Or even you just want them to stop hurting themselves, one of the two. Makirios, thank you for the 2. She was an Omega. Alright, she was the end. Billy Aoki, thank you for the 5. Feet? I think I read that one out. Surely I read that one out. There's no way I would have missed that. Blade, thank you for the 10. Shameless is Kanoruru putting A-chan in hidden Easter egg as a meme. Go look it up. It's subtle, but it's never knew that. Still to this day, it's low-key funny. Enough said. Yeah, no, I think I referenced that in the middle of the stream as well. Master N, thank you for the 5. I see a lot of similarities between Chunibyo and performative activists slash Tumblristas. They're basically Chunies who never grow up. Oh yeah, absolutely. The belief that you can save the world if only you raise enough awareness over social media is absolutely something that's in line with Chunie behavior or delusions. The road to hell is paved with good or naive intentions, after all. True. The feet propaganda is being spread by Chairman himself. Billy is a friend of the chat. He is. Mercurius, thank you for the 5. Not knowing what they're doing, repeating old behaviors, slavishly typical management behavior. Yeah, I think this was in reference to Omega Alpha trying to recapture what went right with Hololive's early, well, I say right in quotation marks, with Hololive's early idol solo projects, and also their, the talentification of staff in the form of A-chan. Scarlet Mecha Oi, thank you for the 5. I'm sad I missed it. Work was busy. Oh, I think I read that out. Mercurius, thank you for the 5. I miss Vesper and Magni and the RPG game with Callie. Oh yeah, I saw clips of that the other night. Man, they made such peak content together, that specific collab group. It's a real shame that it's impossible now. Sky McElroy, thank you for the 2. Didn't last. Javier Robogado, thank you for the 125 pesos. So you're telling me that unicorns may have had a hand in their graduation. Fire Emblem Hero, thank you for the 5. Do you know how permission for games and such work in Japan as compared to the West? Oh yeah, I think I answered this. I'm not really acquainted with that. Chairman, I have to go ahead. It's going to be 5 a.m. Sleep for you too. Amen, Alan. Amen. Sleep well. Sleep well. Omega Alpha, more like Omega Beta. I saw that clip of Gura jokingly ribbing on the fact that Omega Alpha's first tweet was just Alpha. Something about the way that she says it. She went, what was it? I think we need to have a chat, Omega. Omega, more like Omega lol. Something about the way that she says that is just so, it's just so bouncy. It's so funny. I think I might be reading too deep into this, but the fact that she reads out Omega, that she states Omega in those 3 different pronunciations it's quite funny in terms of wordplay if it's intentional, because the first time she says Omega, it's just, Omega the name, but then when she says Omega, it sounds like a play on the Japanese phrase Omega, which is basically just oh my god, and then she finishes off by saying more like Omega lol, which is just, it's just normal internet humor, kind of funny. But I think that's just one of those things that makes Gura inherently just... The woman has such a deep-rooted, inherent feel for things like cadence and wordplay that's actually insane. She's so cute and funny. True. But she's also insane when it comes to things like wordplay and lyricism. He's actually doing a thesis on Gura's speech. This is the content I came here for. I'm glad to hear that, Iris. I know that Iris mentioned that Hollow Ian doesn't sing Ian songs because they lack the perms. Oh yeah, no, I saw that clip as well. My dog died, let's go. Holy shit. Iris, I hope you're doing okay. That's certainly one way to declare that your dog just died. I couldn't make it to the end of the stream, but it's been fun. Otsu chair to you too, Jane Doe. I assume you might be going off to bed or something, so I hope you have a nice sleep. But yeah. Oh wait, no, that's Gura's clip. Oh, was that a Minecraft clip? The Ian Talents never shared anything positive about whatever Omega Alpha was. Oh yeah, no, I saw. There was plenty of subtle ribbing going on in a lot of the clips that were talking about Omega Alpha. Omega Alpha might just be the butt of Ian. Or the butt of Ian's jokes, I should say. Mm. Blade, thank you for the 5. If you mean Niji, it's funny we can throw shades on at Niji. I don't know about the other corpos because I haven't been on the drama BS. I mean, all corpos have drama. It's just that Niji has a lot worse drama than the others. Makira's thank you for the 2. Maka's chill on my soul. I think I read that out. JV Robert God, thank you for the 125 pesos. So it's a spectrum of totalitarian dictatorship, liberal / dictionary definition democracy plus anarchy. Yeah, if we break it up into, you know, different... if we allocate each company to each one, I suspect that... I think what JV was saying was that Niji is totalitarian dictatorship, Holo is liberal democracy, and VShojo is anarchy. Honestly, I kind of agree with that. Makira's saying for the 5, don't think just Jan, don't think just Jan, Fuomoko, based. I think for most JP songs, I remember that for like 500 to 1k, you can get a license to cover it. Huh. Oh, cover pays for the license because they don't want issues with copyright. Indies don't pay and just get the content demonetized, but fair use. True. Here I come, Omega Alpha. All eyes on me, no eyes on you. Oh, man. Omega is Hololive's Scrappy-Doo? No, Omega is Hololive's Scooby-Doo, I think. Oh, fuck's sake. Tomahawk, thank you for the 5. The keyword for VShojo, I agree, by the way, is can grant. Whether it actually does is up to the talent. Gunrun / VShojo just writes the checks. Oh, I think I read that one out. But yeah, I agree. Here's the thing for the 2. What number of slides are we at? I think at that stage we were up to like 118 or something off of memory. Tomahawk, thank you for the 5. And the Dodgers went on to win the World Series. Oh boy, we're in for some interesting times now after that game. Absolutely. You can bet your ass that if the investors weren't salivating over the prospect of, you know, focusing on IP generation before the Dodgers game, they most certainly are now. Irons, thank you for the 50,000 rupees. It may look like red flags, but I will at least give cover a chance to see if they screw up or not. Otherwise, at least they approach things smarter than Niji. Yeah, and with that whole statement from Yagu about going into 2025, I think Hololive has proven that they're capable of, you know, they haven't lost the ability to acknowledge problems. So I think cautious optimism for how they go forward is feasible. Mercurius August, Unite, thank you for the 5. United without barriers sounds like some cyberpunk corporate talk from dystopian future. Oh, we're already there, my friend. Kieran, thank you for the 2. It's basically being a government worker. Yeah. Short stream. Hush, hush. All corporates have drama, some are just better at dealing with others. Yeah, for sure. With the whole IP thing, Holo does have affiliates. How long until they sell Ame and Chloe to some baseball team? Ooh, I don't know if they would do that, though, because they would be giving up on the chance to monetize that at some point in the future. Although I can see them selling rights to use the IPs in the same way that Disney can sell rights to use its stuff. J. Robo got a thing for the 125 pesos. Ideas are carefully tested and scrutinized, but that doesn't mean that no thinking is allowed. True. Billy Oki, corporate speech is inefficient. Oh, I already read that one. I think I've read... J. Robo got a thing for the 125 pesos. I could be wrong, but it seems Covered doesn't want to really let Army go. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case, right? I think that's why they were so willing to go along with her suggestion of affiliate status. Because, I mean, letting go of an IP like that, that's going to leave a hole in anybody's revenue chart. Sci-Fi Freak. Oh, I think I read that one out already. Phase equals manic and pissy. Oh, and that's the end. That's all of the super chats. I'm all caught up. I am a proper streamer yet again. I have succeeded. I am triumphant. Okay. Let me go into the edit the settings and let me take a look. Let me see if there is anybody we can raid at this unholy hour in Australia. Oh, Okko's live. All right, I might send you guys over there actually. It's funnily enough, Kiara is also live, but I don't think I'm quite prepared to do that. Okay. Have fun in Mama Okko's chat. Please behave yourselves. I will be watching, although admittedly I am going to be crashing in a little bit because it's something like 5 a.m. in Australia right now. My sleep schedule is going to be a little fucky-wucky until we get to that stream later on this week. Hopefully, I'm not too sleep deprived up until then. But do it, pussy. At a later date, Azahara, eventually my balls will grow big enough for me to raid like a big boy. But for now, we will raid Mama Okko instead. What was the line that Maxor wrote into Metal Gear? All cock, but no cum. Something along those lines. Yeah, thanks, Archer. Take care. Thank you. You too, Wallington. Thanks for tuning in again. Just want to restate that for the record, in case any of you didn't hear it before. I will see you on Friday/Saturday, Friday evening/Saturday morning, depending on which region of the world you're in, to talk about, to talk some shit about Nexus, dissect it, hopefully establish some red flags that people can use going forwards instead of just using it to discern things in retrospect. But until then, Otsu chair. I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.